suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night you don't be cheap. It's once again. Everybody will pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be the Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, we be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, Namigata, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You be the Mugu, I be the master. When you go play wayo, they go say na you style. When countryman do Igbo, they know the shout. Killer, killer, die. Whatever you go find is greedy. I say it's greedy. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. You be the Mugu, I be the master. Now me be the master, oh. I hear you. You know, when I came here earlier for the sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound. I know the sound will come. Okay now. To person between my bed. I see. I see what I want to do when you forget me. Okay. Papa yellow give you. One day you get ya. Mama say I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, we put it again. I got you to put it on one.
And there it is right there. So that was the no, let me not say that. That was a little detail right there from our brother from the southeast. Actually, let me play you just another little bit, and then we'll kick it off. Do you want it naughty or nice? Is it naughty or nice? Let's go naughty.
Mọ́rí àbábíkà yá Ramadan gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan. Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi, benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi. Ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà. Bíbẹ̀ kọ́ agba lámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, máàkì mi, pàdé lọ kí Jumat. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, máàkì mi, lọ kí Jumat. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà. tàjọsán ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag nothing should tamper with my ego èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag ẹgbẹ́ ọlọ́run tóbi aláwọ̀ àkìbá ẹ̀yọ̀ ń bá nábì sálà láwà lẹ́yìn wàsálà olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa àwa ò ní ìdí ajá tí fọlárìn bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá torí ìdí gan lébè wọn fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa tinúkẹ́ ń dópin tí ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo ló dìndín irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni wọ́n ló ń dó yàtì bó ń dó ṣéke bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè fún wa nọ́mbà jẹ́ ká patronize sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price jẹ́ ká ṣe lọ́wọ́ déédé ìwọ náà mọ̀ mi ò kéré mo mọ̀ pé mi ò hólì ìbọn ọmọ wòlíì ni mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ délé tẹ́ bá ti rí tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́ gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo tẹ́ bá ti rí tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́ gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo délé tẹ́ bá ti rí tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́ gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary.
And there it is right there. Tebate Ritinuke. So if you ever come across Tinuke, let me just play you just some last one just to tidy up whatever it is that I'm doing here. And it is right there, the Igbotic Orchestra from Equalobia or whatever it is. Is it Abakali? Oh my God. The Igbotic Orchestra from Equalobia or wherever it is, wherever it is from the back of Beyond. Anyway, that's the Igbotic Orchestra from. Good day to you, good to be in your company. Over. Good day to you, good to be in your company. And how are you? So we've been abandoning sessions with a disturbing regularity frequency. So I can only really apologize for that. It's just the circumstances that I'm in at the moment. Just a lot of intensity within my household. Just for the demands on my time. That's the intensity. Not anything untoward. Not anything. It's just the demands of everyday life. It makes it so that by the time I'm able to come on, it's too late and I'm too beaten up by the course of the day to really come on. But we'll look to address that to have some so we're clinging on to the platform for dear life. That's just where we are at the moment. Clinging on to the platform for their life, but the protocol remains ever the same. Click on the like button if you are interested. If you want to subscribe, subscribe. If you don't want to subscribe, then don't subscribe. I don't give a FUCK. So subscribe or not, that's entirely your choice. Because in fact, don't even subscribe. Just don't even click on like. But if you want the conversation, click on the hyperlink. Do not subscribe. Do not click on like because I know a lot of you fuckers would not do that anyway. So don't click on like. Don't click on subscribe. But if you do want the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come in. I'm not even going to ask you to super chat towards the stream because I've already insulted you and I probably will insult you a lot more in the course of the session. But nevertheless, shall we just get started? We're addressing the Alan Onyema, who has raised the southeastern arm in unison in surrender. So, um, so this is Alan Onyema raising the southeastern hands in a uniform surrender to the masterfulness of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But let's pick it up from here. So we're where the session essentially is Alan Onyema telling us that Tinubu is my daddy and I'm proud to call him so. So here is the where is it from? Even Anambra State or whichever one of those five states. So this is Alan Onyema essentially telling us that Tinubu is my daddy and I'm proud to call him so. So let's pick it up from here.
Now, as you might have heard, Air Peace, Nigeria's leading carrier, has launched its direct flight from Abuja to London Heathrow Airport, a move that's being seen as a major advance for both the airline and the Nigerian aviation industry. It followed intense
So this is Tinubu hating the Igbo so much that he has opened up Heathrow as a possibility for the Southeasterners. This is the first in the history of Nigeria, by the way, because historically, traditionally, Nigerian airlines always fly into Gatwick because Heathrow, of course, is the preeminent airport in the UK. And because Nigeria is considered to be a second-tier country, they relegate them to Gatwick. But because of the fight of the Tinubu administration and that fight led by Festus Keyamo, they have broken through that glass ceiling, and now Alan Onyema is able to land his aircrafts in Heathrow, all entirely the doings of the Igbo-hating Tinubu presidency.
Diplomatic efforts to secure the Heathrow slot, driven by the chairman of Air Peace, Alan Onyema, and the Nigerian government. And it means that, as the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, put it, the connecting capital of the whole of Europe now lies within reach of Nigerian travelers. But amid all that cheer, pats on the back, and repeated mantra that when the government clears the runway, the private sector takes flight, why does the notion persist that the government seems to be at once both supporting and stifling the indigenous aviation industry?
So how exactly is if I was Tinubu or his advisor, I would just say abandon the whole of the southeast, put a ring of steel around that place, just in the way that Buhari did, circle them with security, the whole of the southeast, and cage them within that region as you go about your administration. That was what Buhari did because he knew, of course, that these people had to be caged. So for the first time in the history of Nigeria, they've opened up Gatwick and they've opened up Heathrow and they've opened it up to the Igbo people. But are the Igbo grateful? No, they don't know the meaning of gratitude, and that is what you're hearing from Charles Anyagulu.
Mantra that when the government clears the runway, the private sector takes flight. Why does the notion persist that the government seems to be at once both supporting and stifling the indigenous aviation industry? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the lawyer, chairman and CEO of Air Peace Limited, Alan Onyema, CON. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Great to have finally dragged you kicking and screaming into the studio. But first of all, let me congratulate you. And let me also say that what you're doing, it takes so much courage. I mean, to set up a business like that with all the risks and so on. We're going to get into that in a minute. But let's start with the launch by Air Peace of its direct flight from Abuja to London Heathrow, a move that, as I said, seen as a major advance. How did you pull it off?
First of all, I think we must show gratitude to God Almighty. Without him, nothing is possible, I believe.
Indeed.
Yes. And again,
So what exactly does that question mean? How did you pull it off? It's not anything to do with Alan Onyema's doing. He cannot by himself force his way into Heathrow Airport because that force, it has to come from a governmental level. There's no pardon me, pardon me. There's no entity within the Nigerian paradigm that has been more backed than this Igbo. Where is he actually from? Where is Allen Onyema from? Oh, it cannot be. Um, so where is he from? They say Warri here, but I think that might well be the place of his birth rather than where he's from. Um, all right. If anybody knows where Alan Onyema is from, please type it in the comment section because I don't want to hold. Oh no no. Oh, I think it's Alan, not Alen. I think I put Alen in the. Is it Alan? A-N. Okay, we can't seem to find him. Or the claim is a lawyer, an entrepreneur, and an international businessman. Let's see, a lawyer, an entrepreneur. So sorry, I just want to find out where this guy is actually. We all know it's we all know it's from the Igbo stock, but where exactly from the Igbo stock? Is it one of those Anambras? Because Anambra seems to be their daddy in that space. Uh Born 1964, lawyer, entrepreneur, international businessman. Born March in Benin City to Michael and Helen Onyema, Anambra State. Yes, he hails from Mbosi in the Ahiala local government area of Anambra State. I didn't even know that, but anything of any consequence or relevance amongst the Southeasterners usually emanates from Anambra State. So there he is right there. So let's pick it up again because I lost my traction there. So let's pick it up from let's just scroll back a tad.
And let me also say that what you're doing, it takes so much courage. I mean, to set up a business like that with all the risks and so on. We're going to get into that in a minute. But let's start with the launch by Air Peace of its direct flight from Abuja to London Heathrow, a move that, as I said, seen as a major advance. How did you pull it off?
First of all, I think we must show gratitude to God Almighty. Without Him, nothing is possible, I believe.
Indeed.
Yes. And again, I want to congratulate the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces.
And by the way, that's a man from. If Peter Obi was the president, he would have probably collapsed this guy's business because there's a latent rivalry and resentment within that region. There's not one person from that region that wants the other one to succeed. So if Peter Obi was the president, he would have collapsed this guy and probably found a way to put him in jail.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for pulling it off. This is something to be celebrated. I say congratulations to the president because he engineered it. Like you said in your intro, if this is an example of the government paving way for the private sector to thrive, because no country develops without the private sector. It's the private sector of every country that's.
Did you hear that? This is a Southeasterner from Anambra State. It says, for the first time in history, we have a president paving the way for the private sector to thrive because there can be no development without a thriving private sector. This is not me saying this. This is a Southeastern senior businessman saying this about the Tinubu administration.
the government paving way for the private sector to thrive, because no country develops without the private sector. It's the private sector of every country that embodies and implements the visions, the aspirations of any government. So the government stepped out this time to fight for an indigenous operator. So it's not a matter of where is this owner coming from, whatever. The president did the right thing for the country. And today, prices have come.
So it's not a matter of where the owner comes from, whatever. So what the senior person from the southeast is saying there is to say that, as you all already know, Tinubu is a detribalized Nigerian, unlike Peter Obi, of course, who is entirely about tribe.
So the government stepped out this time to fight for an indigenous operator. So it's not a matter of where is this owner coming from, whatever. The president did the right thing for the country. And today, prices have come down from $13,000 from Abuja to Heathrow. We brought it down to $3,000. We are saving money for our country. We are making it affordable for Nigerian citizens and the entire flying public. Because you see, even Britons of other races other than black people on our flight yesterday, and they were all very happy because the competition has arrived. These are the things we are talking about.
Well, I have to say, I've got relatives coming into Nigeria in the next couple of months, and the airline they're coming with is Airpeace.
Thank you very much.
So, I mean, it really is changing the face of flight in, Nigeria, and giving, choice to people, and of course, you already have Abuja to London Gatwick and Lagos to London Gatwick. So you're now fully in with the UK and by extension, Europe.
Of course, the beauty of this whole thing is that this is the first time any Nigerian airline will be doing both most powerful air corridor in the UK at the same time. So every day, Airpeace has 2 flights out of Nigeria to London. One leaves from Lagos to London Gatwick. Another one leaves from here to London Heathrow. And in some days, it becomes Abuja, London Gatwick. So you have 14 flights in 1 week that we're doing. And it has opened the corridor to not only to Europe, but the entire world. Let me tell you, some of the passengers on our flight, on the maiden flight, or even the flights we had subsequently, were not even going to London alone. Some were going to Canada, some were going to America, some were even going to China. So they used Airpeace because Airpeace is affordable, very affordable. They used Airpeace, beautiful aircraft, new aircraft, got into the UK and use another airline to go to America or to go to.
And by the way, the reports coming back on Airpeace, we've covered it severally on this platform, is that it's one of the worst run airlines in aviation. The aircraft is old and dirty. That's one. The staff are untrained and completely incapable, because this guy focuses on ethnic something. But where Alan Onyema is now, Alan, if you are listening, then hear this. Where you are now, in terms of the backings that you are getting from the government institution, it is time for you to step back and put together a board of experts. So get a chief executive that is marinated and satiated within the aviation space. Get an international person to be the CEO, the chief executive of that airline, and then get a board to support him. And then you take a back seat as a distant chairman. If you want to be a handsome person, you don't have the experience, you don't have the intellect, you don't have anything to. The airline is getting too big for Alan Onyema, and the report and feedback that we're getting from the people using that airline is that it's a badly run space. The price might be competitive, but the suffering that you are going on a 7-hour flight. What you want is comfort. so you can lean back and have a little bit of a nap and have a bit of a meal and then get to your destination. But the feedback we're getting about Alan Oyema's airline is that it's one of the worst run airlines in aviation, and that is entirely because this guy wants to still be some buccaneer. He wants to still be the main man orchestrating that space. So he's not equipped for that space. So he should get expertise in to run that airline. Otherwise, it will collapse. Just as soon as Tinubu, who is backing him, gets out of power in 2031, then Airpeace will just collapse.
Canada and Southeast Asia, a lot of them are doing that now and are saving a lot of money. We have a lot of people coming, to participate in the Dirty December, and they're all flying Airpeace from both America, Canada, and all over the world. They just get, because the tickets are always more expensive when you fly out of Nigeria to point-to-point destinations. So we have decided to bridge the gap. With what we've done, it has eliminated, and it's actually forcing other airlines to bring down their costs. So even if you don't fly Airpeace now, at least you can fly other airlines. Airpeace cannot fly everybody. You can fly other airlines at affordable or at least reduced, not exorbitant like it used to be. And this is why I say kudos to the president, to President Tinubu, for what he has done with Kaya.
So now, the man from Anambra saying, where's this Charles from? So the man from Anambra saying, kudos to President Tinubu. To another man from Anambra, it will be like a dagger through the heart, because of course, Charles Anyagolu, as we all know, is an Peter Obi adherent and a closet IPOB. So for his fellow Igbo man to be saying kudos to a Yoruba president, it will be like a dagger through his heart.
More, leading the battle. This is what I keep on saying. The private sector of every country drives the development of that country. If you demean the private sector of every country, you destroy the very fabric of that country. If you attack Dangote Industries, thinking that you want to undo Aliko as a person, you're making a very huge mistake. What does Aliko need again in life? Is it new houses or whatever? If you touch his setup, you're destroying Nigeria. Same for Airpeace. If you think you sit down in your little space and you want to bring Airpeace down, who is this Alan Onyema? You're not doing anything.
Nobody cares. Nobody wants to bring Airpeace down. Nobody actually cares about you, Alan. What we are saying is that run a standardized airline, at least meet the basic minimum requirements of the expectations of the traveling public, because they don't even meet the basics. There was one report that I saw. They went and bought this very old aircraft from the Middle East, and all of the interiors of that airline was still very much configured to the Middle East in terms of the lettering, the structure of the airline. They couldn't even refurbish it to meet the requirement of their own public. So all he wants is just to grab as much as he can in dollars. It's just that it needs somebody to take over that airline and run it in in a standardized manner. He's not equipped to run that airline, Alan Onyema. He's not somebody that stole a lot of money under Goodluck Jonathan and is laundering that money through this airline space.
To me, because I don't need any more houses. I've worked for almost 35 years or thereabout. I don't need anything again. So the motivation is when I see the faces of thousands of people feeding through the platform God has given us through maybe Alan Onyema. So some people get fixated, and let's bring him down, let's bring him down. And I keep on calling on the government appointees, both in the legislature, not just appointees of government, but the legislation. They should look at the body language of this president, who is a businessman, look at what is happening today. Today, we cannot get dollars so easily. The man is moving the economy. Remember where we're coming
That would be another dagger through the heart of the Peter Obi space. So look at how it's running their economy today. We can get dollars so easily. That is to contrast then that against what obtained previously when they were not able to do that. So this is a man from Anambra, by the way. This is the man on your screen right there is an Igbo man, telling you then that their Tinubu is running the economy excellently well. And it's not only an Igbo man, it's from Anambra State, the home state of P to B.
President, who is a businessman, who wants, look at what is happening today. Today we cannot get dollars so easily. The man is moving the economy. Remember where we're coming from. So look at the body language of the president and follow that. Instead of fighting battles that could even demean you, that is even
let's talk about that, because one of the challenges is this body language of President Tinubu that you're talking about versus what you're actually getting from other sort of arms of government and other sort of aides and underlings. I mean, he talks about building indigenous businesses that will provide massive job opportunities. But I've heard you in interviews previously talking about what you described as an orchestrated campaign against the company and something you called the pull him down syndrome. Can you expand?
You see that orchestrated campaign and that pull him down syndrome is entirely coming from his own people. You know, I have celebrated Alan Onyema on this space. The Yoruba space, they celebrate Alan Onyema because they see him as a Nigerian face facing forward towards the international space, and his success adds luster to the Nigerian brand. So that's how the Yoruba see him, and that's why we champion him so much. But that latent resentment, that envy that is baked into the psyche of that region, they don't want him to succeed. His own people, and that's where his biggest battle is coming from. His own people don't actually want him to succeed.
Talks about building indigenous businesses that will provide massive job opportunities. But I've heard you in interviews previously talking about what you described as an orchestrated campaign against the company and something you called the pull him down syndrome. Can you expand on that?
Of course, it's very evident. There are some government agencies that do not see beyond their noses. Maybe the leadership of such agencies do not see beyond their noses. And it happens even, not only even in the legislature too. There are people who are out there who would want to fight some battles. But you're making a mistake, a huge one, because you cannot scratch anybody. When if you actually succeed in scratching, when everything falls, you may be the victim of the next suicide bomber, the victim of the next armed robber, the victim of the next kidnapper, because when people lose their jobs, you and I are not into kidnapping today. We're not into armed robbery because we have jobs we are doing, things that are keeping us busy. When an investment is providing over 10,000 jobs or 15,000 jobs in the polity, you don't joke with that kind of business. As a government appointee, and this is why I cannot stop President Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo is implementing.
So Festus Keyamo, you see, this is just stabbing at his own people just relentlessly. Festus Keyamo, of course, is a virulous critic of the Peter Obi narrative because Festus Keyamo, as with most sane-minded Nigerians, they just see Peter Obi as some sort of abracadabra, sakamaje, so he sees Peter Obi for what he is and is always relentlessly lashing at him. But Festus Keyamo, of course, he sees Nigeria first. And irrespective of the fact that Alan Onyema is an Anambra boy from the same stock as Peter Obi, the fact that it's a Nigerian facing forward towards the international space, Festus Keyamo understands that the success of Alan Onyema, it adds luster to the Nigerian brand. And that's why he pushes him so hard. There's never in the course of history been a a government or a parastatal or a ministry back one person more than Festus Keyamo has been backing this guy. Festus Keyamo, he went to the British government and held out his sword in battle to fight them on behalf of this guy from Anambra State. Festus Keyamo is from the south south, by the way. Tinubu is from the southwest. Alan Oyema, of course, an Igbo man. But nevertheless, regardless, immaterial is a Nigerian, and they want that Nigerian face facing forward.
The mandate and the vision of Mr. President, more than 100%. This is the first time airlines in this country. I cannot stop President Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo is implementing the mandate.
You know, that statement right there would cut through Charles Anyagulu again. Because, of course, as you know, he's an obedient and a closet IPOB. And that's not the language they want to hear. What would delight and turn Charles Anyagulu from brown to pink is for Alan Onyema to be sitting down there and telling him that Tinubu is the worst president in Nigeria's history, because that's the narrative that they're propelling. So they will probably seek to punish this guy now for him eulogizing about a president doing well.
You don't joke with that kind of business. As a government appointee, and this is why I cannot stop President Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo is implementing the mandate and the vision of Mr. President more than 100%. This is the first time airlines in this country will be having dry lease options. It never happened in the last 15 years. Nigeria was unofficially blacklisted. But this regime did everything. The federal government even had to bend backwards to sign the IDERA, the improvement on the Cape Town Convention. They signed the practice direction of that in order to allow these lessors come to Nigeria. All these big airlines you see all over the world, they don't really own those planes. And people are complaining about capacity in Nigeria. Oh, Nigerian airlines don't have capacity. What have you done to make them have capacity? All the airlines of this world, they don't. Those big airlines owning 800 aircraft, over 90% of those planes do not belong to them. Those planes are financed. But in Nigeria, you must buy your own plane. Give it to the Nigerian operators. They are trying because they own their planes. They bought them. Now the federal government has stepped in. The federal government has stepped in. They have changed the entire thing. In the next few days, maybe in 3 days' time or 4 days' time, the first dry list aircraft will be coming into this country, courtesy of Airpeace and Aircap. And that is the government that did it. Government signed everything, gave Nigeria.
Are you hearing that? The Tinubu is all about enterprise and development. This is what the Anambra senior is telling the wider Nigerian space.
A new Nigerian aviation, a new lease of life. The Nigerian aviation was celebrated in Dublin. The entire world gathered in Dublin because of what Keyamo did to come and see these Nigerian operators. And that happened at the beginning of the year. The vice president midwifed the signing of the practice direction. So President Tinubu's administration has helped aviation more than any other in the world. And we in AON, the airline body, we are very grateful to Mr. President for what he has done. But
I'm going to pause it and take it back like about a minute so that you can hear that again. What Alan Onyema, the man from Anambra, just said there is that the President Tinubu administration, he has helped the airline industry not more than previous Nigerian administration. So he said more than any other country in the world. So that's a global statement right there. That's a global achievement endorsement from the Anambra indigene Alan Onyema, chairman of the Airpeace, telling us then that Tinubu is a failure that we hear from the usual uneducated Southeasterner. The educated ones are telling us that it's the best in the world. This is what Alan Onyema, I should actually change the title of this stream because he's now just told us now that Tinubu is the best president in the world. And that is the Anambra Indigene saying that.
Aviation was celebrated in Dublin. The entire world gathered in Dublin because of what Keyamo did to come and see these Nigerian operators. And that happened at the beginning of the year. The vice president midwife the signing of the practice direction. So President Tinubu's administration has helped aviation more than any other in the world. And we
Did you hear that? The President Tinubu administration has helped aviation more than any other in the world. So I've been saying to you, and I'll continue to say to you in the build up to the 2027 elections, that when we get to the heartbeat, to the epicenter, to the hottest fire spot of the 2027 elections, the Tinubu administration's campaign is going to be wrapped entirely around achievements. And the achievements of the administration would have compounded to such a level that it will be undeniable. So the decision that the Nigerians would then have to make is that do they want a progression and a conclusion of the achievements that they're already seeing? Do they want him to bring his projects to a conclusion, or do they want to pivot it just because of ethnic jingo and tribal hatred? So that's where the conversation for 2027 will be. Tinubu will point you to all of his achievements. Alan Onyema, well, although he's an Igbo man, so you can never really fully trust him. But for all they have said, if he's not campaigning for Tinubu, then then that tells you then how deep the tribal malaise in the Southeast is. For all that he has said in this interview and previous interviews, if Alan Onyema is not campaigning for Tinubu, then that tells you that these people are irredeemably tribal. So at the 2027 elections will be entirely about achievements, all of the projects ongoing, near completion, and the future direction of the country that Tinubu is charting vis-a-vis the campaign of calumny and the ethno-religious dog whistles that you're hearing from Atiku and Peter Obi. So that's where the decision space will be. So the decision in 2027 is that do you want a better Nigeria, or do you just want an Igbo president? That's just what it is. Because if you want a better Nigeria, then you will never get that under Peter Obi. But if you want an Igbo Nigeria, then Peter Obi, of course, is an Igbo man, then he can be president, then you get that. So do you want your country to grow, or are you just too consumed and subsumed by your ethnic malaise for you not to be able to see the wood from the trees? That's just where it is. And Alan Onyema right there, an Anambra-born Igbo man, Anambra indigenous Igbo man, is telling us you heard it, I'll scroll it back again so you hear him say it again, is telling us frontally that Tinubu is not just the best president in Nigeria, but the best in the world. So if he is saying that from the prism of an opposition ethnic stock, then that tells you then that the profoundness of the impact of what Tinubu is doing.
Nigerian aviation, a new lease of life. The Nigerian aviation was celebrated in Dublin. The entire world gathered in Dublin because of what Keyamo did to come and see these Nigerian operators. And that happened at the beginning of the year. The vice president midwife the signing of the practice direction. So President Tinubu's administration has helped aviation more than any other in the world. And we in AON, the airline body, we are very grateful to Mr. President for what he has done. But I want to tell you something about the significance of this Heathrow thing. Now, like I told you about the connectivity, not only connectivity abroad, even in Nigeria. Abuja Heathrow, if you're coming home this 30 December and Lagos is not your destination, Abuja is not your final destination, and Lagos is not your final destination, you can fly Heathrow or Gatwick to Abuja. You are landing into Nigeria, into Abuja at about 6 a.m. or thereabout. By 8 a.m., all our flights are on ground, Abuja, going to different parts of Nigeria. So you can buy your ticket. You can buy your ticket from London, do Heathrow Owerri. Heathrow Enugu, Heathrow Calabar, Heathrow Kano, Heathrow Gombe, Heathrow Yola, Heathrow everywhere, or Gatwick everywhere. When you land here, we take charge of your luggage. We move it to the next flight.
So you pick it up at your final destination.
Yes. No, you clear. We take
you
it
have
for
to
you.
clear it, obviously, because it's an international flight.
Airport.
Yeah.
You clear it, but we help you to take the luggage with our own employees.
Right.
They'll move it to the next. You don't need to check in again or whatever.
Right.
We are waiting for you. We do that for them. And that connectivity, no airline in the world flying to Nigeria will give it to you. It's only Airpeace that does that.
Well, that's very commendable.
And of course, if you're coming to Nigeria, maybe you flew through Abuja to London, and you change your mind that you like to do something in Lagos, we can fly you. You go over to the other airports and go to Lagos. We allow you to do that.
Now, you've talked about the need, because obviously, I mean, you've talked very, you've commended the government for a lot of the things they've done, but there are other things that need to be done. I mean, you've talked about the need for the government to create what you call transit hubs for Nigerian airlines in this country's airports. In other words, for the airports to become transit friendly. Can you expand a bit more on that and the government's response so far?
Okay. In the past, Nigerian airlines were being accused of not, Nigeria is geographically placed so beautifully, the center of the world. So wherever, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, but Nigerian airlines are so weak. They could. Those ministers of the old telling you that they were lying to Nigerians because the airports were not hub friendly. It's not the airlines that create hub. It's the kind of airport you have that will attract hub. Now you have an airport or the airports whereby you don't have any transit area. If somebody is flying from, say, Douala to Senegal and comes to Nigeria, the person will have to pay visa fees. Coming from Central Africa, they're not part of ECOWAS. Past COVID, past customs, even Boy Scout, and anything in uniform, you pass all of them, and you get to arrival, then go over to the bachelor hall to start checking in again. Nobody does that. Nobody will want to pass through again.
Convenient,
because they want to pay visa fees. When you are doing transit, you don't need to do that. There must be a transit place for people to stay, wait for their flight, and move on because they're not coming into your country. Now, this president and his administration are addressing that. I can speak authoritatively.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, Taz didn't actually enjoy hearing that all of this historic malaise within the Nigerian system is being addressed by the Tinubu administration. So he very, very quickly, because if he's now feeling that Onyema is praising the Tinubu administration too much, so he wants to very quickly shut him down. Because, of course, it doesn't chime with the ethno agenda that he's propagating. So there it is right there. Another historic fault line in the system being addressed by the best administration that country has ever experienced.
You don't need to do that. There must be a transit place for people to stay, wait for their flight, and move on because they're not coming into your country. Now, this president and his administration are addressing that. I can speak authoritatively.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Because that was a concern.
So, I'm sure in the next few months, remember they're going to do something about the old airport to create the proper hub. But for now, they're trying to create a space for that and again involve the customs. And the good thing is, both the customs and immigration, they're listening. We've never had it so good. A situation where you complain about something that is implemented. 4% FOB.
Can you imagine that? This is an Anambrarian speaking. Nigeria has never had it so good as they have it now under Tinubu. So delicious, you have to hear it again. This is from your own stock or Igbo people. This is because Anambra, of course, is the daddy of the Igbos, and Alan Oyema is the daddy of them of that space. So this makes him the daddy of all of you. Your daddy right here is telling you that under the Tinubu administration, you, the Southeasterners, and by extension the rest of Nigerians, have never had it so good. It's not me saying it, or it's your brother saying it.
But the customs and immigration, they're listening. We've never had it so good. A situation where you complain something that's implemented. 4% FOB put on airlines to pay for importation of aircraft parts and other. We complained to the government, and the president removed it immediately because nowhere in the world does that happen. But it finds its way into our does that happen? But it finds its way into our system. But he was gracious enough to remove it, and the airlines are breathing. So the most important thing is that when you have a government that is listening, it becomes easier. Us in aviation, we never had it so good this way.
Well, I mean,
so
that's
those were
Us in aviation, we've never. So we are going from 1960 when Nigeria got independence to 2025, which is the better part of 70 years thereabouts, give or take, whatever. So for the last 70 years approximate, that country has never experienced the quantum level of development that they're experiencing now under Tinubu. It's not me saying this. It's Alan Oyema, a man from Anambra State, saying this. We have never in the history of aviation in this country so good. And we have never in the history of Nigeria, in terms of infrastructure, had it so good. We have never had electricity consistency in the history of Nigeria as good as we have it now. We have never had a government focusing on the skilling up of the Nigerian population, granting people learning trade, free access to education, no fees and money to live whilst they're studying, and in the tertiary higher institutions, loans and stipends. We've never had the skill upgrades that we're having in that country right now. We've never had it ever at that level. We've never had development in aviation at the level we're having it now. We have never had a development in infrastructural development right at the level we're having it now. We have never had an economy as buoyant as we have it now. So it's not me saying this, even though it's a Southeasterner from Anambra State saying this.
Put on airlines to pay for importation of aircraft parts and other. We complained to the government, and the president removed it immediately because nowhere in the world does that happen. But it finds its way into our system. But he was gracious enough to remove it, and the airlines are breathing. So the most important thing is that when you have a government that is listening, it becomes easier. Us in aviation, we never had it so good this way.
Well, I mean, that's
if you have a government that is listening, everything becomes easier. We've never had it so good in the history of Nigeria. So he was saying that. But then, of course, Charles Anyagolu, the Ipobian, obedient presenter, he wants to shut him down quickly because that's not what he wants to hear. He wants to hear that Tinubu is the worst president in Nigeria's history. That's all he's interested in hearing.
President removed it immediately because nowhere in the world does that happen. But it finds its way into our system. But he was gracious enough to remove it, and the airlines are breathing. So the most important thing is that when you have a government that is listening, it becomes easier. Us in aviation, we never had it so good this way.
Well, I mean,
so
that's
those ones we don't have. They're addressing issues of bed strike. They're trying to address them. APC alone has had about 48 or 47 bed strikes this year.
And we've read some of those.
Yeah, that could cause a lot of delays and all sorts of things. But the government now is addressing it.
Right.
The most important is that whenever we bring anything to the fore, the address, Kelmo is working 24 hours.
Whenever the industry brings anything forward, they address it. That is the first time in the history of Nigeria that that statement has ever been made.
Trying to make sure that every airline is carried along, every airline is supported. We complain about helicopter. Our helicopter people were being charged, our members who are into helicopter operations, they were being charged a certain amount of money per landing anywhere. They complained, we took it to the minister, and the minister, they shut it down. You know that, because you need to support aviation. Every country, we are not asking government to give us money, but there are certain policies that could be changed,
Right.
and the airlines will thrive.
Well, it all sounds very rosy and rather shipshape and seaworthy, but
Well, you see, he resents it so much. This IPOB presenter, this obedient, egotic guy that affects a peculiar British accent, it just cuts through him that his own clansmen will be eulogizing about Tinubu so much.
but people want to know this. I mean, you've talked about the international flights and and so on, but most people in Nigeria don't get to fly international; they fly domestic.
Yeah.
Is there the possibility that airfares will ever come down, or is it now upward ever? And if so, what is driving that cost?
Okay, aviation is one aviation worldwide. Aviation is the only industrial sector that is very universal. It is the same law over there in Canada or America. It is the same regulation, everything. Aviation is one worldwide. Now, the cost of operations, for instance, look at fuel. It takes 40% of the cost of operations. But in Nigeria, in the past, it used to take maybe 70%. But with the advent of an indigenous investor like Dangote, we are very thankful to him. It has brought the cost down.
But your prices don't come down.
No, bringing it down from where it used to be before. Now, everything about aviation is dollarized. There's not even a pin that is manufactured in this country. All over the world, everything about aviation is on dollar and dollar and dollar. The next one is maybe euro, but 90% dollarized. I want you to go on and look at 50 minutes flights from Atlanta to, say, Charleston in South Carolina. If you're buying it today, it will be about $540 for 50 minutes flight. Maybe 2 weeks ahead, you may be getting it for $250 to $300. Sometime in the year 2000, Nigerians were buying one ticket 2,000 naira, but the exchange rate then was 100 naira, so it was about, they were buying it at $100. Now today in Nigeria, our tickets sell from less than $100. Yeah, they sell from less than $100. $100 is about 150,000.
Yeah, but I guess it's the earning power. I mean, the spending power of people.
But the spending power, you need to maintain that plane.
No, I agree.
You go to the same market.
I agree.
The same engine, the same one best strike takes your. If you take the 777 engine out, you're talking about $20 million.
Right, I agree. Listen, so, we've got literally 1 minute to go. Fascinating conversation. Very quick question with a very quick answer. People are also wondering why Airpeace has so far chosen not to be publicly listed, which would allow the company to raise capital by selling shares on the stock market. Why is that? Brief.
Thank you very much. A lot of people have been telling me, Alan, just cash out, go public and cash out. Yeah, there have been some other companies, not necessarily in aviation, that did that, made a lot of money, but myself and my family, we refused. We don't believe that the foundation is 100% solid yet.
Right, okay.
We want to make it very solid before
that happens.
Because it's the legacy that matters to us.
Indeed.
If I want to make money tomorrow, I'll go public. There are a lot of people, a lot of countries want to come and buy Airpeace. A lot of countries even want to come from behind and use Airpeace call sign to fly and be giving me millions of dollars every year. But then they will carry the whole money back to their country and jobs will be lost here. It will affect and they will make it look as if we're doing well.
You see that language that he's speaking there, he learned that language from he learned that language from Dangote. Is usually is Dangote that actually opened up the the wool, that remove that wool from the Nigerian eye, that every every import into into Nigeria is an export of job and an importation of poverty. And that narrative, which Dangote has been promoting for many years, has now been jumped on by people like Alan Oyema. So that's not actually his own even language. That's Dangote's language.
Wet lease with them. They'll bring their plane, make it look as if we are doing wet lease with them, but it's not really wet lease.
Right.
And that means NCA must, and the federal government must make sure. Now, when we are bringing wet,
All right. We're about 2 minutes or so from the end of it. If anybody wants to come in, come in. I'll be capping it off at the end of the hour, which is around about another 20 minutes thereabout. But if you want to come and give a little thought on the Alan Oyema piece, then come in. The link is in the comment section. So if you want to come in, come in. I'll send the link again as we watch the last 2 minutes of Alan Oyema's interaction with Charles Anyagulu.
wet lease, there are certain things you do to know whether it's actually
Right.
wet
Okay.
lease. Some people might bring people, I'm not saying they're going to do it, but if they had approached me to come, okay, let me bring our planes and fly all over the world,
Right.
and pay you a certain royalty. If I'd accepted, or if I accept that kind of thing, the country will be ruined, the economy will be ruined.
So that's
Just
a
like
consideration.
Other airlines. So
Okay.
I don't want to do such things. I want to make sure that we are very solid
Before you go
before
public.
we go public.
Okay.
So that when they come in, they don't put the house down.
Alan, you're a star. Thank you very much indeed. And I also have to just say that whatever challenges you're going through, I hope you get as much support as possible from both the government and the people of Nigeria, because you represent this country very well and you make us all very proud indeed. So thank you for coming in
Thank you.
to talk to us. Alan Onyema is a lawyer, chairman and CEO of Air Peace Limited. He's also CON, which is a national honor. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
That's it for this edition of Arise Prime Time.
So that's it from Rise Prime Time. Alan, Tinubu administration is the best in Nigeria's history, according to the man from Anambra, Alan Oyema. So let's see what Awo has to say. Awo, Bauni.
Alafia, one man.
And join us again tomorrow from
In fact, Oyema is the one who is talking. Have you seen the latest 15% import duty imposed on everybody importing oil, importing petrol to Nigeria, petrol and diesel?
Yeah, that is to protect Dangote now.
It's going to protect every local industry. It's not only Dangote. People, BOA is going to start by next year. In fact, that policy alone is I think opposition will have nothing to campaign on, because this man is really doing a lot for that economy. I believe in the next 6 months to 1 year, things will really take in shape. In fact, they will hide their face, because what are they going to talk? Are they going to bring the subsidy back, or are they going to say all the policy? What alternative do they even have to campaign against? In fact,
This is what I've been saying all the way through, Awo, that when we get to 2027, it will not be a case of this Ibin power is gone anyway. So this campaign of a calumny, this dog whistle, this gaslighting, you can't gaslight anymore. People, because I'm already, even from the obedience space, I'm already hearing narratives of show your workings. So if you are saying remove Tinubu and put me in place, then tell us then what you are going to do differently or better. That's where the question is.
A lot of policy is being put in place. A lot of policy. With this 15% imposition now, if you are going, you will think twice before you even embark on the idea of importing petrol. The best thing everybody will be looking at for now is how to get license to build your own refinery, because he has He has taken the food away from all those kaba that used to import fuel to collect subsidy. He has taken food away from them. It's going to be very, very interesting in the next 6 to 1 year, next 6 months to 1 year. It's going to be very, very interesting. It's very, very. In fact, you see, one of the reasons why opposition is being aggressive now is that they know with the way things are moving on, they will stand no chance. So they are very, very apprehensive, especially Obi. Obi is so desperate. He's so desperate that, in fact, if it is possible, they give him 1 year, he will go for it. Not for not 4 years time. He will go for 1 year time. At the level at which he's desperate. It will be very interesting.
Yeah, it will be interesting actually because I think Peter Obi is already dead and buried anyway because Peter Obi made the mistake of he moved too quickly. He didn't stop campaigning since the last cycle of election, and everybody, especially me, have been churning it out, just shouting it out on this platform that the what Peter Obi is doing, it will never be able to sustain that momentum for 4 years solid, which it needed to do. So it started with the being power. Do you remember when the whole of the story was the presidential jet and the vice
Presidential jet.
president villa?
Mm.
So that was the sort of you can't sustain that because this guy is making bold moves, and as soon as
And
those bold
I like the way Tinubu is handling them. He doesn't give too much response to all this shenanigans. The man just quiet. He left everything
He's only quiet
to the
really
father.
because he knows that what they are doing is brainless. If there was any brain behind whatever Peter Obi was doing, then they would have responded. But they know that what he's doing is brainless. He say is campaigning on the price of a bag of rice and presidential jets, and so they know that he's brainless. So that's why they don't just pay him any attention because there's no brain function in anything he has to say.
Woman, do you know that the factional chairwoman in Labour Party has been given state chairman in ADC?
In where?
In ADC.
ADC. Oh yes, they're all moving to ADC, aren't they? Chinedu Rosvivo, he moved to ADC, but Peter Obi didn't move with him, so he's like in the middle of nowhere at the moment.
I don't really understand the politics of Peter Obi. Where is he going to? Where? I'm not sure he's going to be on any ballot this next election. Because I don't really understand. Because it's very, very sure banker that he cannot get ADC ticket.
Yeah, but what about Labour Party? He can go back and beg them at Labour now.
Labour, the factional leader now has moved to ADC. They have given a state chairman of the ADC. So it means Labour Party is only relevant to Abure now.
Yeah. I actually see Yusuf Dati being the presidential candidate of Labour Party, but like you said, it's either there's two things. It's either Peter Obi is partyless in 2027 and is not on the ballot, or is vice candidate to Atiku Abubakar. There's nothing else outside of those two things that will happen.
Because I don't really understand the game he's playing, honestly. I don't really understand. And if it were to be, let's assume that it's somebody that is strategic, okay? If he's strategic from the last time he lost that election, he should have transformed this obedience to party stuff. By now, at least, he would have been a little bit in charge. But the man is just not, it's not politically wise. He make wrong move all the time.
I think going forward, we will start to abandon Peter Obi more and more in the political discourse because he's not a frontline player anymore. He doesn't have a political party. He's been outmaneuvered by Atiku Abubakar. The Labour Party want him out, and there's no vehicle. So he probably I think Peter Obi is already. He keeps telling us that he's going to be on the ballot in 2027, but under which vehicle is the thing. So I think Peter Obi is dead and buried. But even if Peter Obi was in play anyway, the strongest opposition still to Tinubu will be Atiku Abubakar because he has an ethnic backing and is more marinated within the Nigerian political space. So the biggest threat to Tinubu is Atiku. But what sort of narrative is that? And Atiku is a more nuanced sort of a politician. It doesn't go quite to the agricultural sort of politics that Peter Obi plays. What angle is Atiku going to come at Tinubu from in 2027? That's really where where the paradigm is.
Do you know that even with the latest improvement in NEFON and agricultural development in the north, I don't see Atiku even winning that north. As far as I'm
No. It will win the north now because of religion and ethnicity. The northerners, they are very conservatively, bigoted in their politics.
Mama, you see, one thing I believe is the way election last time play out.
Sorry, I have to bail out. I have to go and attend to something. Ola is here though. Carry on, and then Ola will guide you through.
Okay. Ola, are you there? Hello, Ola.
I think I'm not sure he's there.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this: the way the election play out last time is going to be different this time. People are looking at it from the angle of as if where the thing stopped last time is where it's going to begin this time. But they forget the power of incumbency. And look at the whole of this governor in the northern part of the country. Look at the way they are bringing people. People are decamping to the party every day. So how is it going to play out for them? Even the people, the governor that are not in APC, with the kind of access they have to, the money they use for development now. Nobody will want to live where things is happening and go and support Atiku. I don't see Atiku winning the north, really. Are you there, Ola? Hello?
I'm not sure he's there. I think he's not responding. I'm not sure he's on speak.
I can hear you. My system is just slow. I can hear you.
Okay. Let me yield floor for another person then.
Comrade Omoru, do you want to speak? Do you have anything you want to speak?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I was listening to one man, I heard the chairman of AirPeace pouring the encomium on the Minister of Aviation and the federal government, which is a very good one, very commendable one at that. That's something we'll be talking about because the job of the government actually, sometimes they tell you government has no business being a business. The government cannot create all your job opportunities. There's a limit to which government can go. What government does all over the world is creating enabling environment for private businesses to thrive. And again, that is what boosts the economy. is in America, is in the UK, wherever you go, that's what boosts the economy. That's where the real challenge is. In the oil sector, through Dangote, the government has been doing wonderfully well. In the aviation, you could hear from no other person than Alex Onyema. Nobody can be more Catholic than the Pope. That's the man that is benefiting from environment, enabling environment or favorable environment be created for the aviation industry. The giant strides they have been able to achieve since the inception of Keyamo and this government, which is a good one. I wish one man was listening to me. I mean, all these are there are things we can discuss without necessarily reducing the essence of such discussion. Without losing the essence of such or the benefit of such discussion on the altar of unnecessary tribal bigotry. Bringing Peter Obi into every conversation, just the way their people are doing. If you ask anybody that question, if you go to any of their platform, if you want to speak, once they sense that you are not supporting or you have any one or two things to challenge Obi on, the next thing they want to squeeze in Obi by all means, just to see you as as a passive enemy of Obi, even when you are not. I've been a victim of that. A time with that number. I want to just advise one man. We can discuss meaningful issues like this one. It's a beautiful one, without necessarily making it look like tribal, mere sentimental issues. These are important things. If government is working, you praise them where they are working. Where they are not working, we have every reason to criticize them because that's what the opposition is supposed to do. They're saying at every point, Igbo man, your chairman, your bigger brother, your uncle, Onyema. I mean, there have been mistakes in the past. Such mistakes have led to things that were not too palatable in the past. To the extent of even a civil war, brothers fighting brothers. Brothers, using guns against brothers and all that. If we have gone beyond that level and we're trying to create a new Nigeria, we should be able to speak when we are speaking about Nigeria as all Nigerians, not without necessarily being sentimental. We can campaign. If you are campaigning on things like this, this is an achievement, which is good. It's a kudos to the government of the day. We should not reduce the relevance of such discussion to frivolities like everything should not be about Obi. As somebody said just now, it might not even be on the ballot. Even if it's on the ballot, the government is at a big advantage to talk of the things they have been able to achieve for the past. By the time the election is coming in, we will be talking about 3 years plus. The government will be at a very strong advantage to say we have been able to achieve this and this. We'll move from point A to point B. We've been able to move from so point to so point in terms of this, in terms of that. And when they are not doing fine too, the opposition have every opportunity to say, you've not done so and so and so. So it will be left for people to decide what is better for them. The government of the day since the coming of the inception of this government, has life been better for them? Apart from these private investors too, the masses will have opportunity to say, okay, has life been better? What have they done right? What is the focus? What is the direction of the government? What is where are they heading to? People will be able to judge them based on what they have achieved and what they hope to, where they hope to take the country to. I think that's just my, I came in because of the way, brilliant analysis from, Onyema and everything, praises for the government, praises for Keyamo, this is not just the first time I'm listening to this guy. There was a time he said Keyamo has to go as far as to, different countries, soliciting, support for them and everything. Things ordinary that will not be possible for them were made easy because of Keyamo was not there in his personal capacity as the minister. He was there representing the government of Nigeria. So Keyamo being behind Onyema, the federal government was seen behind Onyema. So things were made easy for them, which is a plus, a big plus for Nigeria and for Onyema and for the private sector. So I don't know if one man is hearing me. If we blame what other people are saying, two wrongs they say cannot make it right. We cannot condescend to their own level. If we're doing what they are doing, what you think they are not doing right, I mean, I think we're not better than what we are what we want to criticize. That's just my little contribution. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. AY, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone from here.
Yeah.
But anyway, good to hear your voice, man. If I hear your voice, I feel relieved.
Good morning, sir. So the truth is, exactly the reason why Omoroye is here. That's why I'm here. Unfortunately, one man is not here right now. Hope is listening. You know what Omoroye said is just I can't agree more. Like we need to have some intellectual conversation without bringing in this tribe and religion whatsoever. I mean, it's very disappointing when you go to Nigeria platform. They are leaning against tribe, against religion, against this. Sometimes we have to keep our differences and look at the issues critically. You know, me personally, any businessman creating jobs in Nigeria, I'm always a big fan of them. I don't allow people to touch them because, first of all, we don't even have the jobs. Second of all, you have to protect these companies. It's just like when Dagote was in trouble at some point. You see people with anger, with hate, with bigotry. You want to allow $20 billion investment to go down just because of your hate? Even if the person is not Nigeria, actually, even if it's not Nigeria at all, allow the business to grow first. My help is, I don't know the number of people he has employed, but I know it's a lot. So if Onyema go down today, it's not going down low. So somehow we have to protect this company. I'm not saying that we should allow them abuse the system, do what they like. If the person is found wanting in any area, it should be punished. It should be that one is clear. We have to have laws. We are not lawless country, right? But when it comes to protecting your indigenous company, it's always very important. I know he has been speaking highly of the president, which is good. You know, sometimes even if the president is not doing anything too superb, they have to keep praising because they want more. You know. But I think when we are discussing this issue, please let's reduce our ethnic rhetoric, religion biases. Let's don't even look at who is the person, just look at what he's doing, you know, what he's doing for the people, you know. Things are tough. So what I'm going to add to this is I really want a system where the government will give more licenses to people, either in the refinery arena or in the aviation or whatever. Give out more licenses because it helps. If you look at what happened in telecommunication in Nigeria, you will understand that the more you have people in the system, the more there will be competition, people will have offshore, you know, it always helps. So I don't want a system where you are going to monopolize the whole AO setup for one person. Me, I'm not in support of that. I remember when mobile phones started in Nigeria, you know how expensive it was when MTN started or whatever. At some point, they were selling, even to make a call, it was so expensive. They charge you per minute. Before Globalcom came in, you know, they saw a competition that reduced it to like per seconds billing. So this is what we need. This is what make a country progress. Nigeria is too large to be monopolized for one or two person. You know, you have to open up the system, but you have to also protect the indigenous company. I think I saw this morning, I don't know how true, that the president is trying to put 50% tariff on the imported crude oil, petroleum. That is good. That is something like that. You have to protect your
Petrol and diesel.
Petrad is okay. Yes, that's good. You have to protect your indigenous company. You
They
are
are
not
signed
telling
it already.
anybody, yeah, you are not telling anybody not to import. Go import. The only two things you will look at for is, one, make sure it's of standard. What they are importing is of standard. Two, put tariff on it so that if they can still compete at that level, good. Let them sell their petroleum. But the indigenous one, you have to somehow protect it, no matter what. You have to, give them even some concession, give them some benefit, so that you can even encourage people to go get licenses and build more refineries. Let's have 100 refineries in Nigeria. What about that? There is nothing wrong with that. So that we are self-sufficient, we'll be feeding other countries. This is how we should be thinking, Even the aviation, yeah, Airpeace is doing good. He has been doing an amazing job, He has grown for the past couple of years, which is good. If we have more people that are ready to go into aviation, don't hesitate, give their licenses, compete with Airpeace. So Nigeria have option. If I book Airpeace today, it's not serving me well, I move to the other company. Just like, for example, in America, you use United mess up, you move to Delta mess up, you always have options. So in that way, you don't even tell the company to sit up. They have to sit up to make sure there is customer satisfaction, this kind of good stuff. That's how a country progress. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you for your contribution. So, is there any other topic that we think we can discuss? I know that I will mention something about Dangote refinery the other time. On that Dangote, so you said for every petroleum product you import in Nigeria now is going to attract 15%. Is that what you said the other time, Meawo?
15
Yeah, we saw. Yeah.
import duty.
So okay, let's have it right. So anybody that produces within Nigeria is not going to pay anything, but if you import,
No,
you are going to
you have
pay.
advantage as a local producer. You have advantage. So
Okay.
the implication of this is that it's going to, first of all, you that wants to go and import, the money there's no gainsaying that if it will save us from dollar, all this dollar foreign currency, it will save us because now you have discouraged importation. Unlike before that they will go and import, okay, because the exercise is juicy because they have to claim money for subsidy from government. Now they are the one now that will now pay. So you can see the systematic execution of the policy. They first make sure that there's a little bit of stability in the oil sector with Dangote. Okay, so by next year, I heard that Boatu will start his own refinery, will start working. So there are some other people that have already taken license for a very long time, that they are not even making attempts to build refinery. So now they focus on importation every time. Now that 15% import duty will now be on that importation, you can see how it will disrupt their system. They will have no option than to go and build that refinery. That is what has just happened.
Okay. The other question I
Hello,
will.
hello, please, before you go on, let me quickly ask a question. I'm actually working, so I just
Okay.
finished listening to Omari and AY. I'll leave you guys to the
Long
busy
time.
stuff you're talking about. How's it going? So, Omari and AY, see, we're a tribalistic country. We are an insular people. Everybody tends to, I'm a bit gonna take us back, please. Just answer it, and if you don't have answer to it, no worries. I just want to make my mind known and be clear on this. This is what we are. This is who we are. Everybody tend to cling okay, and gravitate towards their own section in Nigeria, wherever it is you're from, whether you're Igbo or you're Yoruba or you're Fulani or whatever it is. When this guy started out, I remember like 2 years ago, I know he's been in business for a while, and they were dressing with their Isiagu, that dressed with the lion face on it and all of that, depicting that this is where they are from in Nigeria. And we all knowing the fact that Onyema is from that side as well too. I don't have any problems with that. So to be honest with you guys, I don't even know where we got into this mess. Nigeria that we knew growing up was like, okay, yeah, we all one, whoever it is. Nobody knows where someone is from. All of us vibe together. But now, probably was because of that last election and whatever it is. But where I'm driving at is this. Are they, number one question, are they still wearing that Asia? Because I've never flown Airpeace anytime. I mean, in the last, I don't know, I've never flown them. I've always been going Virgin and British Airways. Are they still wearing the Asia good thing, depicting that that's where they are from in Nigeria? Because that's what it says to me. It might not be what it says to you, but that's my understanding of it. And if they're still, wait, let me finish. And if they are still doing that, then that shows how very backward this man and his staffers are, or whoever is the handler for their HR. If we are saying, see the way he was eulogizing Tinubu and the Minister of Aviation, Kayamo, he spoke very highly of them. They've been there for him. They didn't let him go down, despite the fact that this guy, we all know how he got his money from. The case is still hanging on his neck in America. I don't even know he has been to America in the last 2-3 years. Probably they're looking for him. I remember there was a case being stated against him somewhere in one of the states in the US. Okay, now that the presidency and Nigerian government is supporting him, trying to paper over the cracks to pretend like these people they're not crooks. They are all over the country, whether it's Dangote or all of them. Because even Dangote as well, if he wasn't getting those largesse and those cuts he was getting from the government, who knows where he's going to be today? He's going to have his business, but is it going to be this large? I don't have any problems with that. So far, they are employing our people. I'm happy for that. But this guy, Airpeace, are they still doing that nonsense? Wearing, there are different outfits you could wear. Why should there be that one? Depicting, that's what it means to me, depicting that that's where you're from in Nigeria. And you guys are saying we should not talk about this. We should not talk about.
So
Wait, let me land. I will give you time. I'll land, Amori. I know you always interrupt people. Let me land. If that is what I'm getting, the vibe I'm getting from that that business outfit, then you guys stop being hypocritical about these things. Stop being hypocrites. Because that is what they say they are to us. So if people are countering that, why are you against that? That's my question, Ola. Thank you, guys.
Okay, let me answer you. Maria, please, 1 second. So first of all, you are contradicting yourself. You said, oh, growing up, nobody cared where you're from. Oh, this is who we are. I don't know how those two statements
you don't get what I said.
Relate them.
Say,
Hold on.
you don't. No. I need to clarify that you just picked on my words now. You misunderstood. No. I need to worry. No. I need to worry. This is an international platform. I said we're not like this before. Growing up, nobody knew where somebody came from. But now, what changed all of a sudden? That's what I meant. If you don't understand it, please ask for clarity.
The issue we are discussing, we spoke about myself and Omoroye, was the issue of tribe.
You were actually coming in to attack one man. You were coming in to attack one man because it was going that it was towing that line. Okay.
Hold on. What we are saying is, first of all, when any business in Nigeria that is employ people, it doesn't matter who holds the company. Even if the person is not Nigeria, you have to protect it. So now what you are saying, because Onyema is not from your tribe, it's not from the president tribe, do you want him to go down? That's the question I will ask you.
Who is asking that? Is that what I've just asked you? I've only asked about their dress code.
Hold on. If Onyema, Airpeace, decide to use any dress code, these are representative of Africa culture, so it doesn't really matter. So I don't know. Hold on. If we are intellectual, I don't think we should be discussing dress code.
If that's the way you see it, no worries. Let me go. I understand where you're coming from. No worries. Let me go.
So first of all, let me be clear to you. I'm not from the East. So
I know you are idol now. I know all of you now. You're idol now.
Listen. So Allen Onyema using whatever dress code, to be honest, that's too petty for us to discuss here. It doesn't matter. Let him use any dress code.
But do you know this was an issue 2 years ago? Have you forgotten?
How will it be an issue? Because
people were discussing it now. Were people not Egbamina, Ola and Co? Were people not discussing this?
Because people are clueless. Those people
they are not clueless. This is our reality. Let's discuss it. If we have to move forward, let's discuss these things that we think they are trivial.
Can I say something, bro?
Omori, go ahead. He will not let me talk. Go ahead, Omori.
Yeah, I'm actually working
at you didn't understand my question. That's why I'm interrupting you.
Yeah, please. Pardon my, the way I'm breathing. I'm working out and it's cold. Very cold here. My breath might not be too suitable for this discussion.
Go back to Nigeria.
Assuming the word that particular Isiago on that day, I saw the reaction. Negative on one side, positive on the other side, right? The person behind, the brain behind what the word could be, make it look like, to create a local content to the business. But so some others say like, oh, you localizing it to a particular region. Assuming some other day you see them wearing a aswebi, apart from this year ago, how will you feel, bro?
Have they tried that? Have they tried that? No, it's a question. It's a question. Have they tried that?
Will you be saying what you are saying right now?
I'm not struggling the business with the man. I'm Yoruba. I'm not struggling whatever he owns. We all know where he got the money from. How it started. I'm not struggling that with him. I'm just saying that if you guys are hypocrites, and the reason why I came is because
please 1 second. If you are saying you know where you got money from,
I'm not insulting you. I know you shout a lot. I'm not insulting you.
I'm not shouting. I try not to shout this morning.
If you have a hairpiece is a criminal, why don't you go and submit a video, tell the federal government, look at where he got the money from, let them prosecute him.
Even the Nigerian government knows he has a case. He himself, why has he not been to the US? Let's not go to that area. All of them are crooks. No businessman is pure. I say that's not where I'm going to. I'm actually after you. I'm after you. Let me land now. Let me land. Okay, let me land again.
Not the issue on ground. Why are you talking about his case with? You know where he got the money from? How did you know where he got this money from?
We all know where the money came from under Jonathan.
Please, let's
we all know where you want us to dig that up? Do you want us to dig that up?
I don't know anybody.
Anyway, okay, don't worry. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Maybe you have family members that work with him. Anyway, this is the question.
I'm sorry for you, Nigeria.
I'm sorry for you too. You don't even know where you belong. Before you know, they'll come and colonize people there.
Can you moderate the platform? Let's take our turn, please, Ola. Everybody. It's important people with time.
My issue with you, all you Nigerians, because it's not from your tribe, you are stating it categorically. That's why
stop stereotyping. That's stereotyping and prejudice.
You just know somebody, big man, like he doesn't know his identity. What is up with more than that? He doesn't know where he's from.
Who is moderating?
Somebody telling he's from Edo. Now you say he doesn't know where he's from.
Yeah.
Let us have moderation.
Okay, let me ask my question again. Let me ask my question again.
Who has the time to speak? Whose time is it to speak?
Your tribal bigotry. I can't be dealing with that.
Hold on, AY. Let him speak if it is his turn.
AY, why did you come to the platform to tackle one man? Was that not the reason why you came?
One man is my personal friend.
Who says he's not my own personal friend? One man lives 5 minutes from my house here now. So
one man is here. One man will laugh. He knows I don't.
I know. I know. He's not going to take it to heart.
No.
What do you mean? Don't play that game you are playing, and you go to that stupid platform every Saturday to be genuflecting there. We see you on TV now. I bet come on, Jerry.
How are you better than?
See, I'm just telling you, we are bringing this case to the fore. Let's discuss it. Yourself. Let me finish now. You this big-headed guy. Let me talk, Jerry.
I speak to issues. You go there and speak.
I've been on that guy's platform many times. If you don't know me, go back to his videos. Go back and watch. Say, I'm not pretending. I'm a Yoruba person before Nigerian. Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Please, platform. I see my position on this.
You people are rabble rousers. You will not let me talk. I came here to change the course of discourse. Oh God.
Okay,
Ola,
guys.
please.
Let's make it conversational.
Okay, Ola, please let me ask my
No.
question
Let's make
again.
it turn by turn, please. Let him finish.
Okay. Let's have his talk fully then.
I'm not gonna go long-winded. What I'm saying is,
Okay.
AY and Omori, they were talking to the fact that how did they become this and that? One man, I hate you're being tribalist, this and that, and I know where their talking point. I know where they're talking to. I'm not here to defend one man. I'm actually pointing out, and we all here when I said, have they changed that Isiago thing they used to wear? What does that depict? Does that depict on Nigeria or a sectional part of Nigeria that are
Let
insular
him wear
and they don't?
anything he want to wear. Let him
AY,
wear
please.
anything. You
AY,
don't hold
please.
it.
Let
Stop
him
it.
land. Okay,
Go and
please.
build your company and wear your tribal
Hey,
attire.
your head is
AY,
not
please, brother. Let
your
him
head is not
finish.
correct. AY, you're not listening. Yeah, that's
Bro, we're
the
not
problem.
fighting. This is not supposed to be a fight.
All right, no
No,
worry.
please, people. Let him finish
Let me just
now.
leave. Don't worry.
Because
You don't see.
I'm gonna have my turn and I don't
Okay,
want any
you
interruption.
go on, man of press. Don't tell me you have changed your name because I will hammer your head from here. Go on. I'm listening to you. I've listened to those two people.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's my turn. So let me start, please. I don't want any interruption. Or like give me my whatever 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So let me begin. Like I was here, I won't change who I am whenever I come to this platform. And it's gonna be my opening. It's gonna be my opening statement, and I'm gonna stick with it. Like you know, if you put a lipstick on a pig is still gonna be a pig. A pig will never be beautiful. We know how ugly a pig is. So a pig will still look like a pig. That applies to me. I am who I am. The owner of this platform, I hope he's here, but he's listening, so I never miss word. Every time I come here, it's gonna be my opening comment. So, the man that live in Peking, you know, we never make any comment without tribalizing things. This is where we are in Nigeria. I'm gonna say it every time. I always said it. I'm gonna call him out, whether he like it or not. All he can do, one man if he listening, all you can do is kick me out. I've said this several times. Why can't we have a commentary without tribalizing it? Is it making you a better person for putting tribal? What is this about Igbo phobia you have? Okay, unless Onyama is speaking, he has spoken very well about this present government. It's about interest, and some other a good Nigerian. If a person of Dangote has come and comment this government, which he has always does, will you tribalize it bigotry in the way you're narrating? So I'm on the side of Omore and AY. Why can't we make a commentary, even at all, say, okay, this is what the guy is talking. He's utilizing about this present government, which is a good thing for his own interest and for Nigeria as a whole, being a very high employer of Nigeria industry. Yeah, he has a right to do whatever he's doing, but it's so baffling that everything we do has to be tribalized. Why everything is gonna call you Ibo Tiki and he's doing this. I was listening to the earlier introduction, you are doing the owner of this platform. I'm gonna call you out and I will always do it. Why can't you say this is what this guy is doing without putting an boutique and all that kind of nonsense there? This is the problem we are having, and we continue having it, and I will continue speaking against it. Anybody that don't like it, you can do whatever you want to do. I don't have to come to this platform. I enjoy coming to the platform, and I will still be coming until the day I'm banned. So let's talk about other platform. When you go to other platform, Dr. Damage, of course, there's more obedience there. They are behaving like some of us behaving, here, being very tribalistic.
Do you
But,
control them? Do you
but,
control them? Do you control
but,
them there? Because I watch you guys every Saturday. Do you control them?
look, Ola, please let that guy be quiet. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt.
Don't call me that guy. My name is there.
So, I know who you
Bro,
are, but I don't have to
bro,
call your
bro,
name.
do
But
you
let me
watch me
finish,
on
please.
the? Have you ever watched
Let,
me on Dr. Damages?
please let me
You,
let,
you're
let
always
me finish,
you're
people.
always
Let me
shouting like
finish.
you swallow microphone now. So who
Let
doesn't know you?
let me
Attacking
finish.
them, attacking them based on what I'm
Hold
still
on,
doing
hold
here.
on, hold on. Let me finish. So the
I might
point
be
Omori,
I'm
shouting,
trying
correct
to
but
this
make.
my
guy.
shout will make a lot of sense if you listen.
Okay, everyone, hold on,
Can I
Omori,
hold on.
give
finish,
Let
Ola?
time on this guy.
let's comparable fact finish. He's
So the
saying
point I'm trying to make is not about. There's a lot of bigotry in every platform in Nigeria. This is where we find ourselves. We are very tribalistic. But it's not about people there. There's some tribalistic bigotry, something being said here, but I always come. because one man give me the opportunity. Even at all, I don't like his introduction most of the time. If you go to Dr. Damage is one of the most acceptable human beings. Why you so care about other people spinning some bigot? Go there and defend yourself. I like to come to a platform where it's not an echo chamber. I can take myself. I can challenge
Yeah,
anybody. Hold on.
yeah.
I can stand any bigotry. So why people are afraid of going to that platform? You need to pay attention who is the chairman of that platform. How does he not like you? Does he truncate you? That's what matter. It's not about people spinning some bigotry in that in that platform. That's not what that platform is there. And that's not what this platform is. Even at all one man does it, I will still be coming here until the day he said don't come. But anyway, let's take to the main issue. I think it has. I finished calling out. I finished calling out the owner of this platform. Like I said, I always do it every day. So let's think about the present
Man
issue.
of prestige, have you answered this question? Are they still wearing that Isiagu? That's why I'm here.
I'm going there. Okay, let's have a conversation. I'm not here to bash you. I mean, you have your opinion. I had
Okay,
everything.
okay. Let me apologize to everyone I've abused. I'm not
No,
like
no, it's
that. It's
okay.
just that
Yes,
it
they are
was just
still wearing it.
emotions. AY, sorry. Wait,
It's okay.
AY, sorry.
It's okay.
Omori, I beg, no vex. All right,
I
let's
don't
go
invest
back.
at all. I be old man. Oh. I don't invest. I go.
Believe me,
We are
You
Sam,
tell
the
somebody
best.
last week,
Change your
I
Sam,
said
hold
because
on.
the I for throw a grenade. Now
Sam.
annoyance.
Oh no, but no. Why
Sorry
would
to
somebody
correct the fact.
vest?
We are not
It's
Okay,
too
we are
much
not
energy for
angry.
okay.
you. Hold on, it's too much energy for you to invest
Hold
hating
To
on,
correct
somebody,
back, please
or
30
somebody
seconds.
don't
hold
even
on,
know.
Please,
We always
please
know
30
each other
seconds.
on platform. Why would
Please
somebody
30
that?
please 30 seconds for
hold
correct
on,
fact.
hold on. Come,
Mr. Sam,
Comrade Amaru, you who Vespa,
for,
is
for,
saying no
for
the
hold
Vespa.
on. For
Go
30,
ahead,
30 seconds, please. See,
go
we
ahead.
are not hungry. The way I'm speaking on this platform, I know these three people. Omoruye, comparable for the way we speak here, that's the way we speak on Dr. Damages. That's why I respect these two people a lot. You
What I'm
can go
saying
there
is,
and
when
hold on. You
wait,
don't allow me to talk.
when Kene and the crazy guys, when they start, do you guys control them? Do you know
Hold
these
on.
people now?
Can they even
Hold,
call me?
I'm
hold
not
on,
even
Can they
Sam.
talking
call me?
about you.
Oh,
I'm talking about the
Can
Sam.
I
crazy
Oh,
ones
insulted
there.
me two
Do-
times on that
Sorry.
platform? Three
wait a minute,
times.
Sam. Oh, don't you respect the owner of the platform? Just
Let
the
me
owner, Dr.
speak.
Damage.
Let me
Is that
speak.
not
Let
what
me
matter to
speak.
you? Why are you
Let
worry
me
about
speak.
those bigotry people? I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure there are people on this Igbo
yeah.
comment section that listen to me on Dr. Damages. Kene, we don't agree because of this issue. We never agree. They are here. So go and watch the videos there. You are not behaving like them here. Why don't you change for better? Dr. Damages is not discriminatory of people coming to that platform. That's why you see a
Never,
lot of
never.
people come
He's
around.
enjoying it. He's enjoying. You guys don't know he's enjoying it. That's
Okay, what do
unfortunately.
you say about one man? What do you say about one man here?
One man
Hold
is
on.
the
Let's
most
have a friendly
balanced. Is the most
conversation.
balanced platform I've ever seen.
No. Let's talk about one man. Let's talk
I
about the
think you
owner
just
of
want
the
to make us laugh.
platform.
You don't want
Let's
to
talk
make us
about the
laugh
owner of
much
the
too
platform.
much.
Forget about the most
You
balanced.
You want to make us laugh.
even when
Has
it
Dr.
was not
Damage ever kicked you out, Sam?
if,
You been there. I saw you when you came back from Nigeria. How you talk about the government?
Samo, even
Has
when
Dr.
it's not
Damage
fashionable, I go
has
to
Dr.
one
Damage
man.
ever kicked you out of the platform? Let's
Have
talk
you
about
have
that,
you,
Dr.
have
Damage.
you
Forget
ever
about Kenya.
defended me? Have you ever defended me when they pounce on me
Why
there?
would I defend you? You
Uh,
have your
Okay,
say.
you are
You have
enjoying
your
what they are
say.
doing. You are enjoying what they are doing. That's what I'm saying.
Are you not enjoying what
okay.
one man is spinning here? Is that not why you came here to defend one man? Look, you
Let,
know
let,
what? We are so
let us go back to the
hypocritical.
topics.
Did you ever
Comparable
hold on?
fact.
Did you ever condemn anything one man was saying here? This is how
Oh,
hypocritical we are.
hold
So
on,
one man
comparable
was
fact.
very rational
So I
in his
should condemn one
introduction.
man that is telling the truth. I should condemn the one telling the truth.
Oh, they are
Uh,
okay. Okay, now this is where we are. When one man, every word he say has to put Igbo. So that's telling the truth.
hold,
That's
hold,
telling the
hold,
truth. This is where we
hold,
are.
hold,
We
hold on,
no
comparable
problem.
fact. Let's go back to the topic. Let's go back to the topic. Please, let's go back to the topic.
Yeah,
So
answer that
I've not
question. That
even
is
made my
Isiagu.
comment about
Answer
what
the
you're saying
Isiagu
about.
question. Answer it.
Huh?
Answer the Isiagu question.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, you want me to answer the Isia good question?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, they are still wearing the Isia good question. And what's your beef about that before I proceed?
Okay, what does that say? What does that say
Okay,
about one Nigeria?
okay. Let me answer now. Let me answer. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, okay, please, Sam. I know you. I mean, I listen to you a lot. You've been on Dr. Damage even when he came back from Nigeria. I think that's the last time I heard about you. You know, you was talking about how Igbo and Yoruba people you met them under the bridge. How they was talking. You know, I mean, I'm aware of you. I wish I know you. I know of you. So let's put that. Yeah, they're still wearing the Isiago. So before I proceed, what's your beef about that?
Is that depicting one Nigeria? That's the question.
Yes, it's depicting one Nigeria.
How?
Because Nigeria has many tribes. Okay, he have to choose one. He happened to choose. He hasn't to choose where
Okay,
the tribe that he's from.
have they ever dressed
Let
like
me
the
finish.
Fulani? Have they ever dressed like the
What does
Fulani?
that
I'm not.
mean?
It's not like I'm angry that he's Igbo. That's not the question. I'm
Yeah,
angry
angry that
because I'm
he's so.
angry. No. Let me land. I'm angry that you come here and you make it look like, okay, let's pretend like we want Nigeria. Yeah, we're overlooking a lot of things because you people are always crybabies and you're always, that way.
You see
Okay,
how you defeating. You
wait.
see how you defeating my tribe
We
already.
all
We
know
are
this
we
victim
are tribe,
mentality
baby.
that we
Have
know the
I said
victim
anything about
we know
Yoruba?
the victim
Hold on.
mentality you
Have I
guys do.
said
So
anything about the entire West
you will not let me
through my
finish now.
commentary here?
You will not let me finish now.
This is
That
our
victim
Wazobia. We need to question this Wazobia. This our minority. The next one is going to be between the major tribes and the minority tribe. I will come together and fight you people. You are the greatest people we have in Nigeria. The Yoruba, they are the major tribes. You guys should go home, do a meeting, and tell us what you want.
help
Now
me
we
mute
take produce
help
the
me
oil.
mute
Now
this
we don't
already.
get voice. Now
Can
we
you
get the
mute
oppressed. Now we don't they talk. I
let
don't
me
know what you
mute this
want.
guy?
Wazobia.
Okay, let me finish. I
No,
don't hear
let
you.
me and Sam. Let's finish this conversation. Go ahead, Sam.
I'm not going back and forth with you. I just want to ask that question. You have said that what's my beef with that? What I'm saying is, have they ever dressed like Fulani or Hausa or Yoruba people? It's not like I'm angry that it's Igbo that owns the business. That's not the question. I'm
Okay.
actually attacking the fact that you come here and pretend like it's one Nigeria. But we know how you guys play your victim mentality thing. But because people really overlook a lot of times and you feel like it's the normal way, somebody needs to call you. If nobody will do it, me, I'm here to do it.
Sam,
Bro,
to
but
be
if
honest,
you
you
wear
are.
Isiagu,
Okay, let me answer Sam. Oh, question.
yeah,
You know,
man of
Sam,
God,
you are
1 minute,
distracting.
1
You are
second,
like
1
they
distracting
second,
the
said,
1
audience.
second, 1 second.
when you still look, go
If he
ahead.
wears Isiagu and comes to national television, to him such a comium on the president and the aviation industry. I mean, what is bad in that? Even the obedient will come out and tell you it's a salad,
Okay,
it's a sabo.
okay,
He doesn't care. He,
comrades. Let's comparable facts.
Let me
Respond to
answer him the question. Okay. In my own opinion, even I thought they wear anything attire Yoruba, I have no issue. It's a national pride. You have to choose. You have to choose one cultural heritage, to showcase here. It's just like the Ethiopian airline or whatever, some other people. You have to choose and you have to maintain that kind of attire you have, to immortalize your airline. That is the purpose of it. And you asking me why they wearing Isiago. It's matter of cultural pride. It's a branding. The airline under Onyema choose an outfit and the cabin crew. Isiago. It is during the inaugural, celebration. It send a message. We are Nigeria. We are proud of our heritage. It elevates the indigenous fashion at international stage.
What he is giving is giving we are Igbo. It's not giving we are Nigerians.
Okay. That's your opinion.
Are
I don't
Igbo
have any
not
part.
part of Nigeria? Are they not part of
That's
Nigeria?
okay.
That is why I asked if have they ever dressed in a Fulani style before?
It doesn't have
Some,
to be changing it. You have to immortalize one particular attire so he
okay,
can be
wait.
recognized.
The
Look at
guy
those.
that
Hold on. Look at some of the airlines. Like the Japanese airline, the Singapore airline. Have they changed? They adopted one cabin crew attire, and that's what they are known. You have to immortalize one, and you happen to choose Igbo attire. I don't see any big deal about that. Does that take a food away from your stomach? I mean, I think something wrong with some people here. I'm not you now, but something
something is
wrong with
wrong.
some
Something
Nigerians.
is wrong with you. Something
That's
is wrong with
okay.
you.
That's okay. You can call me out. I don't have an issue. Okay, I'm grown. I can take it. Something wrong with some people that I don't know. Maybe they are not happy with themselves. I'm a very happy man. I'm proud of
You're
me. I'm
saying
proud of my
something is
people.
wrong with me when you are defending Namdi Kanu. Something must
Did
be
I
wrong with
even
someone
call your
defending
name?
Namdi Kanu.
Don't bring another issue.
comparable
Let's
facts.
focus.
Something is wrong with me. Something is wrong with me. If you want me to tell you.
Let's be focused.
Something is
Let's
wrong
be
with me
focused.
too. I'm not saying.
I need 1 billion. I need
No,
$1 billion right now.
see as the man just statically dodged me. This man is too smart. When I say something is wrong with me, he knew that I was there to ask for money, and he just statically dodged. Okay, please go ahead.
But anyway, let me finish. Okay, let me finish answering Sam. Sam, I have no issue with you. Okay, you can say whatever you want. I mean, the problem is
Yeah,
that
I actually
hold
do.
on. The problem is that I don't know you. I
Wait, see,
know you on this platform,
I
so
actually do.
I'm
I
not going to
actually do
come
like
here.
you. I actually do like you. Need to change that your name back to what it was before. I beg. All
No,
this
no, no, no.
comparison nonsense you're
Sam,
answering.
you
I
know
don't
why I
like
didn't
it.
change? You know why I changed
You
my
need to
name?
change it to man of prestige.
No, 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 no. You know why? You know why I changed it? I have to respect. There's a guy, Ola, in America. His platform is man of prestige. So when I heard about it, I said, no, this is a Nigerian guy.
It
I will
doesn't
change my
matter now. You
because
can put man of prestige 01 on your own or 02 now. I beg.
no, 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 no. It's not right for Ola. I'm not going to do that to Ola. Okay, he has
All
his own
right.
platform.
Bye bye,
Yeah,
everyone. I just
yeah.
came to rise you guys up. Anyway, bye
Com,
bye. Take care.
Okay, thanks, Sam.
comparative fact. You see, as far as Onyema Jago is concerned, I don't see any big deal there because Onyema is not in Nigeria. It's not a Nigerian government. Okay, so he has liberty to design his own business. Okay, so but my point here is, and I want to second this other last speaker. If ethnicity issue is brought up like this, the way you go over and protect and defend Onyema, if that is the way you shut down and protect other ethnicity, or when it comes to whether issue that has to do with Yoruba or has to do with Igbo, it will have been okay. And majority of the southeast eastern people, you all have this enclave of people victimization. You always play victim game. But when it comes to your side, okay, you look for all area and angle to justify it. So this is my own issue. And even when it is not rational, you still go ahead, wants to justify it by all means. That is where I have problem. You see, all of us live in the enclave of our tribe, our religion, our all these things. It's okay. But the way we protect, the way we speak good about our own, okay? When since the topic of the discussion is not favor us, then don't let us play the victim card. Let us be able to separate facts away from propaganda. You see, Yoruba is a very sophisticated tribe. You cannot put all Yoruba in one basket. That is why our opinion is always varied. As some people are in support clamoring for Tinubu, there are some Yoruba that hate Tinubu more than anything. In fact, large number of Yoruba that hate Tinubu. But you will not find that same grant when they bring out issue of Peter Obi with our eastern people. You always want to justify everything. Even when you say something that is not rational, you will look for way and manner to justify it. And that is why everybody use general language to caption every Igbo person. Then you now be like, why are you generalizing it? Why are you generalizing it? But when issue that is not rational comes up, you will not be able to point it out that no, this thing will be said, this thing will be do is not okay. It doesn't make sense. I'm not in support. Immediately somebody go bring out something that like wants to be against Peter Obi, you will never allow that person to speak. You want to shut it down. We cannot go on like this. Obi cannot be 100% perfect. We should know that Tinubu cannot be 100% perfect. So let us just be a little bit open-minded. Don't let us sit in, I don't want to agree. All this notion, I don't want to agree. Everything Obi did is 100%, like giving in the kind of the kind of position that he doesn't hold. This is my whole point.
So you made a comment about about how obedience behave for the Igbo general. But if you use the word obedience, that would probably, that would probably be more tolerable because it's not just all Igbos that it's not all Igbo that obedience. After all, and maybe majority of obedience are Igbo. I don't know how many percentage, 40%, probably if I have to calculate, it's not more than 50% because there's other tribe, Edo, Benin, the Yorubas, and everybody, they're all, a lot of them are obedience. So you can't just make a categorical statement that everybody's obedient. Have you been to Dr. Damage platform? Do you know who anchored that? Do you know who anchored that show? Dr. Damage is the chairman. You have Show, which is a Yoruba man. You have Tunaja, which is from South, and you have KJ. They are the one that do the substitute. So sometimes it will be more. It will be about half Igbo, half maybe about one quarter, Southwest, Edo, everybody in that platform. So it's a very public platform. But what I think about that platform, I like about that platform, and I like about this platform too. You are allowed to have your say, regardless. Nobody will truncate your say. The only issue I have with one man, is the way he tribalizes anything. But that's one man is who he is. I can come here and voice my opinion about how I feel about his introduction tribalizing it. But one man is not going to change. He is maybe that's the way he wants to narrate his platform. Be good for him, but that's not going to stop me coming here and and apply your people to go to Dr. Damage and have their say. Don't let people who speak some bigotry there. You're a man. Why you don't act like a coward? Go there and defend yourself. Because the last thing I can bet my money on it. Dr. Damage will never remove you. Dr. Damage will never truncate you. One man went to that platform the other day. He's listening and called the Igbo people uncivilized. You need to see that engagement. He has a very civil engagement with Dr. Damage. Dr. Damage never, that was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm just using that an example is that the owner of the platform, that's who you should be concerned. The person that pilot the platform. It's not about people there or people here. There's some bigotry here too. That's not gonna stop me. I don't know how you be. I don't know how you think. I don't like to go to the platform where everybody agree with me. I can't,
Man of God, please,
why would I speak?
can we return the discussion back to issue at stake, please?
Yeah, okay. Let's go to the issue at stake. So about this Onyema something. I think it's a very positive thing, that election. I'm not gonna go to the Isiago stuff because it was some of that brought it. Whether he mean what he said or he just come here to wind us up, like everybody blood pressure has gone up right now. But anyway, um I think it's a good thing, when he speak highly of the government and the Festus Kinyami. I think Nigerian airline, has really, developed to, at a very higher stake under this administration. So you need to give kudos to them. There's nothing wrong what Onyema is doing. I mean, he's showing himself to be a true Nigerian. Even I thought, look at the hub that he wanted to build. I don't know. He said he wasn't given land in Enugu or Anambra. I don't know. So he decided to start building it. I think close to the airport or whatever. You can develop anywhere you want to. I don't know why people are so more particular. You have to develop somewhere. But anyway, let's stick with like Omar said. Let's stick with the present topic. I think it's a good thing that he's engaging with the government, and acknowledging, how the government, has improved when in terms of business. This is normal, and it's a sign of a good growth. So, in my own opinion, it's a very very good, industrial, uplift. Only matter that the reform is more, it's more opportunity for other airline, to better access other route and which is good, and that's exactly what's happening. I think he just has something approved going to Brazil recently, to my own understanding. So I don't see anything that he said is wrong. Like I said, it's for interest as for better for Nigeria. So he's doing the right thing. in my own opinion. So let's just put it in the way it's supposed to be. So it's about matter of business interest, like I said. Did you all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know.
Yeah. Let me just wrap up. Let me just wrap up. Overall, I think Onyema public praise is constructive, optimistic, I mean, he acknowledged the report, the reform, highlight the progress, so it's a good thing. It's signal an improvement, positive signal for the Nigerian private sector and the aviation industry as a whole. So kudos to him, okay? Thank you.
All right. I don't know if the moderator is there. If moderator is not there, I want to say somebody was writing on the comment section and somebody came here to say how he made his money.
No,
I didn't address that.
I just want you to free flow so that way, except when people step out of the boundary, it's not. I'm listening to you. I want you to free flow.
Can I speak?
No, I'm already. Let me. I will make it very brief. As for how he made the money, if I tell you I'm not surprised, I'll be lying to you. You cannot just jump from nowhere. The last appointment he had was that under Jonathan during the amnesty program. So if I want to trace his words, we'll trace it directly to the fund, to the amnesty fund. What I'm doing here is not about how he's made his money. I'm not supporting corruption. I'm not supporting whether Yoruba, whether Hausa, whether from our own tribe. As big as Tony Aneni was in PDP, as little as I was, I had the little courage to attack him. And everything. One day, he was buying newspaper. I saw him right there. I was attacking him. Somebody told me, like, look at one is there. You don't see him with his a lot of security around him. I said, I don't care. The guy looked at me, I just laughed. So I was born with such courage. I'm not here to praise how he got his wealth. The same way I fought to Abiola, when people were telling us that he stole from Nigeria, ITT, whatever, I wasn't bothered by how he made his money. I was not fighting for Abiola. I was not fighting for Yoruba man. I was fighting with everything I had in my life. All my life at stake. No food, no water sometimes, on the rain, in the sun, everywhere. I wanted to die. Not for Abiola, but for the people's mandate. Because I felt it was just too big a mandate for one man, for one idiot from Niger State to just say, it's aborted. So that's how I do my thing. Sometimes I look very stupid to some people. They tell me you don't have sense, you don't have wisdom. You do things with wisdom. If I'm acting sometimes, I'm foolish. So I wasn't discussing how he made his money. If you want to trace that, who is even free among them? Is it the Jagaban, your president? Is it the Onyema we are praising? Is it me? If you go into all their words, they have one command, the other. So let's not go there. Somebody cannot be working in America, be making $2,000 something in a month, and be having how many thousands of dollars confiscated somewhere. So it's all shady this here and there. The reason why I supported Abiola, like I said, was not because of the people's mandate who wanted to retrieve it by army. So if any man has it, even Obi tomorrow wins election, if Obi had hit the street in the last election, I will discard Owode and follow him, not because of his Obi or his an Igbo man, but because of the people's mandate. If he had the courage to say, my courage when my mandate was stolen, and he was bold enough to say, I want to retrieve it, people follow me. If I see he's on the right track, I will follow him, like I did for Abiola. Abiola did not die in vain because of the price he paid.
You guys have been talking since. This stolen mandate is the narrative.
I want to put it to rest so that you can counter me if you want. So I also hate people coming around. You want to be the president. If you tell him to participate in the protest, they tell you, oh, why are you insulting him? I don't see that kind of, I don't follow such leaders that will follow at the end of the day that will, give me a ladder to climb and drop the ladder and run away. I don't follow such leaders. I don't think he's courageous enough. Even if he wins tomorrow, 2027, 2031, I don't see him like being able to, defend his mandate. That's on the lighter side. And most importantly, this money, if we deep down, if we want to dig into all that, a lot of them are guilty of what we are accusing. Some arrest my case. I wasn't attacking one for. Onyema was not praising Obi. Onyema was not saying, if not because of my brother Obi. So the way one man, almost made useless of an important conversation like this, was very appalling to me and unexpected of him. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, the fact that anybody can find something around ethnicity simply means that our differences still need to be sorted out. You know, over time we are just pretending to say we are one. Are we really one? No, we are not one. Because if we are really one, you understand? If we are really one, you won't see all this Obi versus Tinubu.
I think
You
we are
won't.
one in the spirit of one Nigeria.
Yeah, the thing is this: in fairness to common people, they are more united than the politicians. But no. The other way around. The politicians are more united that are more united than the people on the street, and the people on the street are divided when it comes to the whenever politics, major political event is approaching. That's the problem. The politicians, they find a way to divide us. Because now, if not, how do you explain a situation? Because I know that many people just want Tinubu out for reason they cannot even explain in their room to convince themselves. How many people can just stay in their room, you look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you are telling yourself the truth that you don't really want Tinubu just because of performance or just because it's one of people. So if you have that kind of bias, there's no way you can separate yourself from the division or ethnic conflict in Nigeria. So that's just my point. Now look at what you are talking of Obi now, for example. How many people can look into the mirror and tell themselves that Obi won that election? Obi himself has never made this statement, because this is where you have to be very careful when you are supporting. Obi went to the court. Obi went to the court and said the reason why Tinubu should not contest. Obi never claimed to have won election, but we have influencers, we have common people telling themselves how Obi won that election.
Bro, I didn't say Obi won. I say if he had been able to prove that he won and he had the courage to hit the streets. If I was convinced beyond reasonable doubt, I say I will fight for him irrespective of whether it's an Igbo man or Yoruba man. With the minorities, we don't play this tribal card you people play. If you watch it very well, we don't play it at all. If you look at the obedient movement, it was very strong in Edo. It's not because an Igbo man, it's not because it's closer to us. The same thing, Abiola, my father, before he died, the way he supported our war, you would think he's an Egba man. So that's how we play our card. Though. We don't really play this Wazobia game you guys are doing. You guys have to, call a meeting, tell us what you want. You guys should, you should do better than you guys are doing.
But the fact that you supported Awolowo did not say you are not tribalistic. After all, Edo was part of Western region, and the old bandit too. Correct me if wrong. They were. I think they were majorly like you.
Okay, you're getting it wrong. It wasn't because of the Western wisdom, because of his wisdom and ideology. The ideology of free education that gave opportunity to a lot of our people to see the light of the day, and the treatment, the medical, whatever he had, vision for the masses, the healthcare, the community development, primarily the free education, was what endeared and what to our hearts. Not because it was a part of Western. I was not even matured enough to know the difference between Western, Midwestern, or whatever, or Western region. That was not our calculation. The same way I almost died for Abiola on 2 occasions. It took the grace of God. I escaped death by the whiskers. That I'm alive today is by the grace of God. I didn't even know whether I know this is a tribal thing.
You almost died for Abiola, or you were just exercising youthful.
I almost died because of the people's mandate won by Abiola. Not because it's a Yoruba man, not because
what I'm saying is that many of us, even though we claim to be fighting for democracy, that we're just enjoying ourselves.
Oh my God, I didn't even one dime. See, that's why I started by telling you some people think I'm foolish. Even our unionism, you know how many people hated us? There was one late Moses Osaka there. Go his name, you will see one or two things to read
Moses Osaka
about.
from Epoma now. I know Moses Osaka there now.
You know what he did one day? Let me just throw this one in because you know the kind of person we are. You know what he did one day? Moses had an exam.
Moses Osaka got his slave now. I think in 1998.
He died. He died because of struggling for fellow students. Let me give you this one that will surprise you.
Hold on.
A lot of student union.
It was involved in an auto crash during the course, right?
Exactly. He was coming from. He thought he was going to Sokoto to Bayero, from Bayero to Makodi to somewhere. He was turning around to students that were rusticated.
Hold on. Well, you guys in student union too, you were part of the corruption in Nigeria then, because there were a lot of things that were not going on well during the student unionism then.
We didn't accept that. That's where I'm going to. We didn't accept that.
No, Una too, they collected Gunje too that time. Now that's why I'm telling you that. See,
I know share one cup for one day. Let me tell you now, people were collecting. Let me explain to you. I'm not saying I'm the same.
Hold on.
Can I explain to you? You're accusing me. Let me defend myself.
You guys have to accept too that you were part of the problem. Yes. You did.
So you want to impose it on me, even if I didn't commit? Let me explain something to you.
No, I can't. Okay.
I'm even defending somebody that is late, that is not here, to tell you how committed he was.
No.
He had an exam to write. He had an exam to write the following day, which was on a Tuesday. And there was a conference set up by Babangida, a committee set up by Babangida to intervene for those that were rusticated from Zaria, so different universities. So Moses deflated. He called. He said initially said he had the exam to write. Later, when it became overwhelming that without Moses, the voice of the student would be very low because it was arranged such a time that Moses will not be available. You know what he did? He called a meeting at night and said, "Come, fellow comrades, I'm embarking on this trip. I have to go to Makodi because if I miss my exam, I will have the opportunity to write it again as a receipt. But if those people are rusticated, they may not even come back. They may not have opportunity to come back to school. He had to leave his exam and embark on that journey that ended his life. We were so committed. He attended a very local school, a state school. He attended Ekpoma, and he became national president.
We know.
To tell you how useful he was as SUG president, when he went to Just Convention to campaign.
I'm even surprised that you were seeing in school. You were seeing in school that time because Moses Osaka was even spending overtime that time, if I'm not mistaken. So
no, he wasn't spending overtime. He was just in 300 level.
Are you were in university that time? You old man like you. Why were you still be in university in 1998?
How old do you think I am? How old do you think I am? Listen. Because my voice don't crack. And they talk like Wiki. You think I know Wiki? How old do you think I am, bro?
I think 52, 53.
Hey, within that neighborhood, within that range, you're not wrong. So this was in the early 90s. This was 93, 94. 93, 94. Do the calculation and see how old I was then.
You should have graduated around 95, 96. So still
no. We had a lot of delay, strike from one strike to the other. We were involved in the struggle. There was a detention. I spent like 2 years in detention. June 12, I spent close to 1 year.
Okay. Look at what some of you guys did that time. That is funny because
for June 12, I spent 1 year, another 1 year in detention, incarceration, no school, nothing.
But what did you do?
I wanted the people's mandate revalidated. That was our offense. A lot of people were even killed.
No. You see, one thing about unionism that time is the approach individual to you understand. Look at all those Tony Fash, Barry White,
Africa.
The great Africa. No, Africa was later. Those people were younger to all those Tony Fash or to all those things that I'm talking about. You understand? So, what's the name of this guy that jumped from a 2-story building, that jumped down when they wanted to? You understand? The thing is this. What I'm saying is this: the way you guys to handle those things those days, right? He who must come to equity must come with what? How do they say that?
Now, what is our offense? What are you accusing us of?
Okay, now your offense is this. There was one event I learned about when you were doing some pricing for some products, you know, you want this product, student price, you don't want that one, student price, all those stuff. All of a sudden, what we learn is that some guys, they give you 504 and was it Costa? Was it a similar Costa? They gave you Pocho and all those things.
IBB. You want me to go into that analysis? That was the beginning of the destruction of student unionism. You want me to give you the breakdown?
No, hold on. Some you understand? To not don't know. I still follow even after I left school. I still follow student unionism up to should I say even after like close to 10 years after I even left school. So we see they get all those kind of thing you were doing. So the thing is this: when even the like of Dino Melaye, where Dino Melaye, I think it was in ABU that time, right? But
bro, and let me even help you. I'm not disputing. There were always people like that. There have always been people like that. Even Moses was hated. Even his resident was friends with some people.
Most of you. See, let me tell you one thing. When I did school, you know that the legislative arm of student union I did.
Yes.
With the time when I did, I was a manager. I was a welfare director to my all of residents. So the thing is this: we know you guys politics. Even when when they were doing anti-cultism campaign, many of those guys in the unionism were not sincere with that thing. You understand? So the thing is,
so they belong to one group or the other. They have their own color, right?
That's where whenever I see any old unionist saying, "Oh, greatest back, we must do this, we must do those kind of things." In fairness to Showore, he tried, right? But once I hear greatest Bosa, back coming to politics in Nigeria, I just laugh because I know you guys. I know you guys in and out. Anytime
what do you know? Let us know what you know. People are listening to you so that they don't scandalize us and go away. Go away with this scandal. This is a big one. This is a heavy allegation.
I know. Don't worry. Let us go.
People like this have always been around. People like this have always.
We know. Comrade, good evening
You
from
don't
here.
come. You don't come.
Yeah, I don't come. Yeah, Olabun, Jerry. Yeah, we all attended university in Nigeria, and we know what student unionism means. They are all tools of politicians, even during military regime. I could remember the student union.
I not chop cobo. You know go fit. I swear, I not chop cobo. I just believe in doing the.
If you don't chop now, you don't chop now. The people. Let me tell you, maybe you are being used. Wait,
yes.
Maybe you are being
even
used.
This Oshomole, I was being used. I was being naive,
you
bro.
Are being used.
I just believe in going forward.
I knew how they were collecting. Can you imagine student union president having a car? Governors giving them cars. In fact, this one was.
There were people like that. Not everybody, bro. There were people like that.
Majority of them are like that. They use it to launch themselves into politics. That's what most of them did.
I wasn't as wise as that. I think I was very little when I started. So I didn't. And again, when I got into university from year one, I had a very good business. I had a very good personal business. So I wasn't waiting for peanuts or crumbs from a politician's table.
Wait. Even we know how the university authority used to also influence student unionism election in university those days. If you are authority does not want you, there's no way you can win an election. They sponsor
that was later part of it. It wasn't like that at the beginning.
You don't enter one shot.
Let me ask you, when was your beginning? Why are you saying that was not the way it was at the beginning? When was your beginning?
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you the genesis of all these problems. I think this really started with
Comrade Amoruji. Let me know the range of the time you were in school.
Okay, I started
unionism, let's say from 88 to let's say 2004, right? So we can discuss that one. So there are some story we can break down for you. Now the thing is this: if any of you can come out and use Shango and Ogun publicly, especially all those executives, that you guys didn't do anything, have some kind of the corrupt tendency, I give kudos to you. Maybe carry Ogun and Shango down and maybe we can swear. See,
where do you go? Where do you go? I be not the swear, but because of this accusation, I go swear this will go. I go jump on and see what happens.
If comrade is not lying, maybe he was being naive and just be, maybe
Very,
one
very,
of those
very
guys
naive.
that used to follow the. It might not even be.
Up to 1998.
It might not even be a part of the executive. Maybe those are the guys that used to follow the president around that time. That was what he was doing.
This is I'm not surprised. Okay, if you could attack my political mentor, so I'm not surprised you're attacking me this morning. Arrest my case. You're not getting a result.
I did active for student union, just for you to know. But I told you I was more of the. I was not number. I was in the legislative arm of that student union. We know you. You understand? We know what you guys do.
Not everybody, bro. I was just giving you an example of somebody who was hated for his stand in so many things.
I will tell you at least 60% of you.
60%. Okay, thank God we still have a 40% left. You don't know where I belong, whether 60 or
another percentage. Well, you are a generous person. How can you give 60%? Yeah, you can give. In fact, if I say I can give 98%, and less than with 2% of them, I know
you came for me this morning. I know you have been waiting for this opportunity to try.
See, let me tell you something. We are not trying to blame poor students. Look, all those executive of student union, don't let anybody. Some of them are not.
They were chopping our money. Forget about even politics. Even the money where they contribute for school, and they chop them.
Okay, Simba, I'm not defending them.
Carry our guests. They will use our money to oppress us. We know them now.
Simba, by the grace of God, I don't smoke, I don't drink. So, I'm not. I can't even tell you. I'm not a social.
You cannot be using yourself as a yardstick. We are talking about student union in Nigeria. In fact, their politics is even worse than the one that we are condemning our politicians. Forget
No. The person that dear me told was Moses Osakede. Go him and see what will come up. A lot of people have a lot of sensitive. If you spend another 5 minutes here, 10 people will come here and defend Moses Osakede.
Okay. No be that time on a collect Costa and 504. No be that.
I not collect directly, and I wasn't in that category.
Okay, whether you want to say.
I belong to a group that felt bringing those material things into unionism would destroy the fabrics of the essence of our union. Okay. I stood against it, but people collected.
Why we student agree on two products? You wanted the student pricing for a particular product. One to the other one. Then instead of the other one accepting that okay, we give a student pricing for this product, the next thing is that Pojo and Costa just surfaced.
It was a bait. You know, Babangida was very smart and cunning.
It was even civil, not even Costa. So all of a sudden, just surface. The question is this: if we're fighting for student rights, right? If you were offered, okay, student, okay, instead of getting something let's say for 5 naira, students were supposed to be getting their own pricing for let's say 4 naira. Now, what was so difficult for that product company to just accept to that? Now, all of a sudden, the thing has changed. The thing that you ban from entering campus suddenly started resurfacing on campus. All just for you to discover that, okay, Costa, civilian boss, and they post you, not surface from somewhere. Just first of all, tell me saying a lie first.
I didn't say a lie. You're not following me. Can you just give me 1 minute to defend what you're saying? The allegation.
Okay.
Bro, even the coastal boss, the way he brought the coastal boss, right? See, a lot of people objected, like this thing.
They go.
A lot of people were not comfortable. A lot of people were not comfortable with it, right? Like Ghani did in 1999, like we should not participate in the democracy. That military was not serious. So students were of the opinion then that ABB was out to hijack student unionism, was out to destroy the fabrics of our unions. So a lot of people didn't know, but he came by another way. Some people now saw the need to accept the coastal boss as part of a student welfare package, which was a bait. And a lot of people like Moses Wakede and Co. also objected because he saw the handwriting on the wall. People objected, but a lot of people were actually going behind to collect money. It was later we discovered that people were using us. They would collect money at night, come to in the day to want to be part of the struggle. It has always been there. I'm not disputing this, but that does not also erode the fact that we achieve a lot of things. We're not just this tribalism, this NAS group A, zone A, zone B, was it in our time? We could move from my local school all the way to Unilag. Without our local school, Unilag was not complete because there were more of Ajebo students there. So we were the really voice. We could go as far as to Madiguri, we could go as far as to Makodi to speak for our fellow students. We achieved a lot of things. There was a time we protested.
What did you achieve? What did you achieve?
Oh, you want me to name them? School fees reduction, number of times, I can't even count. Student welfare, student reinstatement for those that were rusticated.
Which school fees are we paying that time? Which school fees are we paying that time? That say school fees
Let me show you.
are we paying?
We were paying school fees, but it was very little. There was even the time we protested for.
Which school fees? Which school fees? I don't know the university that you went to. For my own school, we know they pay school fees. So
now, federal, you go now. You know Ajebo now. You when your papa was drag power. I wasn't as privileged as you. I attended State University.
Which school? Which State University? You want
finally go my base now. I don't want to disclose that one to you. But we achieved a lot of things. If that is your question, let me name them for you. There was a time we protested for school fees.
Naipoma, you went.
Don't ask me. Maybe after that you will call me Curtis. If I talk that you call me Curtis. You are very common.
I know you. Naipoma. You be a brother, the guys.
No. Now them are Unibend they compete now. Now them are Unibend. Then you.
But we were rugged. We achieved a lot of things, bro. We were very, very vocal. Somebody leaving his exam to go protest for other fellow students at the detriment of his own failure. I mean, at the detriment of his own success. You could not have committed that person that fellow was, and that was the end of the journey.
Comrade, let me tell you one thing that you said struggle those days. You understand? A person like me, that I happen to be in the legislative, and I was the secretary to the Constitutional Review Committee. You understand that time? I was enjoying myself. Calling it a struggle, to me, it wasn't a struggle. It was just a normal. I saw politics as normal social activities. I was enjoying myself.
No, so, I did my own foolishly. I committed everything to it. I wasn't lucky. My mother was trying gradually.
A person like me, I like it that we had a very mature president, and that happened to be my friend, my class governor. We're all my friends. So whenever I was introducing my kind of a childish something that, because those people, they were more mature than myself, they quickly reset my brain. You understand? They find a way to bring some kind of elderly wisdom.
Ola, you know why they enjoy support of students that time. It's not as if other students don't know that they are corrupt. But that time, youthful exuberant, because you are always happy to do Aluta and go home. You just want to leave the school, just want to go home. Any little thing they bring like this, for the only thing that we're after is just to leave the school.
It was more than that. We achieved a lot of things. We made a lot of gains.
Let me tell you something I did very well in school those days. You understand my own thing. I've been dancing around. You understand? I was among those people that were making the loudest noise. We'll be dancing around 12 o'clock. All those stuff will be disturbing people. So we were just enjoying.
I didn't even enjoy one day. I wasn't enjoying at all.
As of those struggle, no, to be honest.
Ola, I don't know if you've been to University of Ilorin. University of Ilorin, in terms of land size, I don't think there's any university in Nigeria that has the land of University of Ilorin. From our school, yes, from our campus to the gate of the university is almost 10 kilometers. Believe me. And the quarters where the lecturer used to stay is very close to the gate. Whenever we want to riot, you understand? Can you imagine? We now run from the campus 10 kilometers to go to the quarters, and that's why, because we want to go and pick the VC to walk him from the quarters to school. You understand? And whenever they now say, okay, school is closed, no, but you will not see any car, any vehicle that will take. You will now walk from that place like almost 30 kilometers to the town, and we enjoy it. We don't mind. You know, those are the kind of the useful exuberance that we exhibited those days.
I'm telling you, I had one of those guys that happened to be, although they were my junior, but they were part of my gang. Those that would be dancing, this stuff, be entertaining people, all those time. You understand? When I now left school, when I heard that guy was in detention for almost a week, I was like, "You guys, were you okay? What exactly were you doing?" We're fighting for this. I said, next time, that thing doesn't work, because those people you are competing with, they will finish you for nothing. You can negotiate. Let me tell you one thing. During our own period, there was not aluta throughout our session, because we got a better way of achieving things, not necessarily by aluta. Okay, no water. Okay, what's the next thing we can do? Okay, can we just get generator to be pumping water from borehole, all those stuff? We just found a way just to resolve things. You understand? But before you know, some people, they will start be insulting. You'll be hearing. Later, I was saying about one guy in Adwekiti there. When was it this? What's the name of this VC? I can't even remember. That man. He was talking to that guy, and one small boy was telling you, "You cannot be my father." All those kind of. You don't talk that way. You have to be diplomatic in how you. Because those people you see, because you're a student, you think you can finish off your VC. You are just wasting your time. Because they are father, if they want to finish you,
Well, Ola, many schools, if we get to the university now, if they are kids now, can they even say they want to riot or do anything again? Those children that are, they won't be crying for food.
Mr. Ola, I have one question for you. Simba, I have one question for you. That point where Jowore said, Abiola, when we got to Abiola's compound, there was a bag of money beside Abiola.
Offer him 100,000 or something like
no,
that.
800,000. Did you believe or not?
800,000.
Did you believe or not?
I don't, that's nothing. I cannot believe Showore now. Why should I believe Showore?
Wow. Okay, and that's my case. You guys can carry on. Let's no, you cannot believe. You've made up your mind. No matter what I say, you're not going to believe. So let's carry on. We don't chop money. We don't chop money. We chop our way. We chop. I think that's what you want here.
The thing about unionism is you understand. It is more than being arrogant and speaking big grammar. It is more about diplomacy. You understand? So, but unfortunately, within the student union setting, we believe in more of greater activities. Now you don't retire, your lecturer don't shakara you. So sometimes you even wanted to go home. And some people that wanted to go home just to have a break, they will just push you. If care is not taken, you will have an aluta. Because you will see, out of 100 aluta in those days, how many of those aluta achieved the right aim? You know
Ola, I know I said it, Ola, wait now. Most students that are supporting the aluta, it's not because of what they wanted. It's because they just want. But if you do the census of all the students that you see in aluta grant, 90% of them just wanted to go home. If they are not doing the aluta just because they want to achieve anything.
No.
And I don't know why. I don't know why we had that spirit of wanting to leave the school.
Okay, what did Tony Fash achieve? You know how many times a medical student, for that matter, you know how many years they messed that guy up.
Yeah, Moses too. See, a lot of sacrifice.
Hold on. When he wanted to, when they now eventually won the case to go back, and the medical gives, is it medical gives the association in Nigeria, they kick against it, that guy has been out of school for a very long time. You understand? So I learned that he now went to learn some other things after many years. Then there was a guy, I can't remember his name directly. He was, I think, a 400 level pharmaceutical student. Later went back to a poly to go and do maybe laboratory tech and all those stuff. Now, when you look at the trajectory around those things, the question is this: if, assuming that those guys are governors of the state today, assuming they are in the National Assembly today or the State Assembly, I would have said, okay, they've gone through the right path. Now, but if you see a leader like the former mayor of my city, Calgary, he was a student union leader at University of at Toronto. You understand? University of Toronto, and his school at University of Calgary too. You understand? When you look at his trajectory, he so far he has been the best mayor of Calgary, exception. So, but when they were in school, it was not all about greater, you understand? It was about core welfare, and they have a way of going around through everything by the legal framework, by negotiation, by diplomacy, by all those stuff. You understand? But you know the annoying thing is this: after you now coerce students into this greatest and you are now benefiting indirectly. So you know, everybody will not be like Showore. To credit to Showore, to be honest, in fairness, even Showore is excessive too in some things. But when we are talking of people that take kickback, all those stuff, I don't think anybody can place Showore in that category. But
Thank you.
If you put 100 student union leaders down, at least 60% of them will make money out of that situation. You know from how they handle student union deals. That is from where you will know. Because by the time you started auditing these people, oh my goodness, that is why they will now create some kind of mayhem, all those stuff. You start finding some kind of problem. So you can go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Ola, let me go shock you. In my finance, right? Because of the way people perceive me to be, one thing that gave me that advantage, I think I was naive, partly, and I was foolish on the other hand. I got into university by sheer grace of God. I had a very good business. God just blessed me with a good business. Apart from taking care of myself, I could take care of people around me, even some community members, right? Pay school fees for my younger ones and all that. So I wasn't really looking at those crumbs as anything. I was looking at it like, I didn't need to wait for all those things before I act. So that one also gave me some level of independence, right? I was very, very independent minded. So I'm not saying this to say I'm perfect, So they made me an audit committee chairman. At that university level, you know what 200,000 naira is at that time? The outgoing president was corrupt and he wasn't in my political camp. So they felt we should not allow them to graduate. There was another representative, the SecGen, the financial secretary. So the SecGen was from my own area. So I was made the audit committee chairman. The HOD and other lecturers were very happy the way they managed the resources. They wanted me to pin them down. But I was very transparent. Do you know they came with about 200,000 naira? As at that time, I rejected. But I still did the needful. To the extent, within the available materials at our disposal, I did what I could do without being biased, without collecting the money either. The guy wasn't in my camp, but he went to them and told them, Mona, not give this guy this one, you're not going to take. Because that guy knew me to my village. We were from the same village. As I'm speaking now, he might be hearing us. So I'm not saying this to say I was perfect or I'm an island. There were people like that. What you are saying right now is not far from the truth. There were people, even as far as when Igbeneghu came on board, between 1999 and 2007, there were people, they would come in the day as student union members, they would go behind us at night to negotiate with Lucky Igbeneghu to collect bribe and other things. Those people were strongly against Moses Sakede, even till he died. Even when he died, they were actually happy. They were jubilating in certain corners. He was seen as a stumbling block to their own financial success.
So, let me tell you something, Comedy Moruyi. The only reason we won't talk so much about Moses Sakede is because it's of blessed memory. Let's just leave it at that. Because all those stories you want to, maybe we no go there. Let's just stop at that. Okay.
Okay. If you know anything negative about him, if he's dead, I'm still talking good of him, which means he actually stood for something good. I'm not saying this to praise him so that he can come and say, I'm not utilizing him so that he can be happy with me. He's not even no more. He's not around the corner. He's not hearing us. Probably people around him.
As I was telling Peace Forever now, you see, before IBB came, you understand, those students union then, you understand? I think they were proper. You understand? They were proper because this idea of a gratification, they were not exposed to it. You understand? But you know, people moving towards around early 90s toward the toward 2000, all those people, they become, they woke now, woke generation. You understand? They don't begin to wake up small. That's why I said I still give credit to the like of a Showore, to be like in fairness to him. I asked some people that I can mention too. You understand? So
Showore, Ola, why are you presenting Showore as if
no.
Showore
Let me
was also in the 90s now?
So he doesn't have right to say. He doesn't have right to say. Look, I need to credit for Showore if he has any right to say so.
Hold on, see, Showore is an extremist when he's doing. Do you think I trust Showore that Showore is has integrity around the union? Honestly, 100%. You will have to convince me beyond the surface of the earth before I can believe that.
You know, in Ife that
No.
time, let me tell you, because Ola, let me say this. In Ife that time, Showore, the way he's doing now, troubling our political system, that was the same way he was troubling that school. He made Ife to become one of the.
He didn't attend Ife. Get your part right. If Showore did not attend Ife, why you so? You are so bent in scandalizing somebody that you cannot get your far before.
That was a mistake.
Showore attended Unilag.
Lagos.
Man, what kind of hatred is this?
Oh, okay, yes, I forgot Unilag. Okay, no, I am mistaking his name because you know that there was another guy we used to.
Because you have made up your mind. You have made up your mind to say what you want to say.
Let me talk, but it still not remove the fact that it was also in the 90s that guy was in school. So we cannot rule out. I mean, I remember that time also. Apart from the way even the student union SUG were behaving that time, ASU also contributed his own. Anybody that went to university during that period in Nigeria really suffered. You cannot go to school and spend 4 years. If you register for 4 years course, be rest assured that you are going to spend 6 or 7 years in school. And
that one as your banker now.
Yes, now. The government, the ASU were doing their own. The SUG, they were doing their own also. Useless things.
So that's the thing. You know, when I see a student union leader coming out, you understand the way they used to come out for politics. Then I now look at this. Okay, these guys, they are here to separate student union politics from our entire civilization, their politics. It doesn't work that way. That's why when I see Showore manifesto, I will increase the minimum wage to 200,000. I was like seriously, what's this guy talking about?
No, the 200,000 now, what is it to you now? Are people not agitated towards that already? He was a man of vision.
It's not what it is to you. You understand? It's not the first person that will talk about increasing minimum wage. But we say, okay, let me tell you one thing. Tinubu has been consistent. Not today, for almost 2 decades, or more than 2 decades, of what he is going to do. He has been following the people like Awolowo. They share the same ideology. You will see this guy and Awolowo around the same area, and you will see the like of Awolowo, the like of Tinubu and Atiku belonging to the same camp. All those people that belong to all those the senior Adua, SDM or whatever, you understand, they are basically the same ideology. But the only thing is this: their capacity to deliver is another. Now,
yeah, bro, let me say something concerning what you said, right? You almost complimented their effort. If somebody started as a medical student, the other one started as a pharmacy student, at the end of the day, they couldn't. Don't you think they paid a lot of sacrifice in their own little way? Don't you think they were not dull? These people were not dull. They were very brilliant.
That's not you cannot truncate your career for what?
Everybody's not like you. Everybody's not like you.
Hold on. Why is
people are ready to die for what they believe? Some people are ready to die for what they believe.
OPA,
People are not like you.
why is not one of the student union leaders who shop money. The thing is this. This is what I'm saying. Ganifa Wemi, we knew who Ganifa Wemi was. You understand? It was good. So for Ganifa Wemi, achieve a law for the judiciary. The same way Femi Falana. What those guys have achieved, if we are implementing it today, honestly, our police, they will not like either of the two. Because number one, part of what they achieve is this. If we are supposed to have all these magistrates that we have, we are supposed to enable them to go to all the detention facilities to be visiting. I'll be asking the police in charge that, okay, where are the files of those people in your detention? What are their crimes? Okay, you look at all those things. The one that's okay, bring this one to my court, bring this one to my court. Other times you cannot this thing, free them. Today, they are not doing that. That is why we have to give that judiciary some level of autonomy to get their money. Because if we have our magistrate going around and be freeing all those people that police will just go to a carry people, lock them up, and start extorting them. If we have those people like that, you understand, our police today will not be as corrupt as they are corrupt. You understand? So that's their own field. They were so good in their own field. Because there's one thing that if you face your area of strength, you are likely to help the society. As Showore stay within his own space of that activism, is going to help Nigeria better than coming out to waste people's time that, okay, I want to become the president. When you are not building the right, structure for you to even win. You understand? Unfortunately, unfortunately for Nigeria, they are not buying into it because if you would have the number of people that Obi is commanding today, oh my goodness, that country will be ungovernable for Tinubu and anybody that becomes president.
Thank you, bro. You are more sincere than the other. Is it Simba or what they call it?
All this patronages. No, I'm just being.
You are being objective. That's how it's supposed to be. You be for a balanced conversation, not just condemning one person because you don't like his face.
Well, now you are Simba be that anyway. So
he's not a Romeo and Juliet affair. You don't need to love him. So it's not.
Hey guys, I've been listening, man. I'm enjoying your conversation. It's very interesting. I didn't mean to truncate you, but I wanted us to stick to the subject, or maybe
I want you to speak now.
I will make my own commentary. I didn't go to school in Nigeria, so I'm not going to comment. I've been enjoying it. Hold on. I left. I'm probably older than most of you here, or if not all of you. I left Nigeria in 1987. Immediately I finished high school. So you can tell about my age. So I'm not here to tell you about my age, but
you and Simba did the same age.
I left Nigeria, 1987, right away. So I went to school here. So the experience in Nigeria is very, very interesting. So that's why I'm enjoying it. But we have our own experience here. Like I said, I went to school in LA, UCLA, we have our own bus in Nigeria. And by that time, hold on. By that time I came.
So you were in America in 1987?
I left Nigeria end of 1987. I left Nigeria in December, actually, immediately after Christmas.
For America?
I left in Nigeria. Wow. Forget about my accent. I left Nigeria end of 1987.
People when they call me old man, they see
hold
old man.
on. Let me finish now. I want to give you a little bit of my story. Let me give you a little bit of my story, guys, about how Nigeria behaved here at that time when I came here. So, like I said, I was here, 1988, and then I started school and something like that. It was very interesting, but the union here is kind of different because at that particular time, I didn't come on a scholarship. I came on my father's sponsorship. But by that time I came, it was a lot of Nigerians. They used to have a lot of scholarship. We have a lot of rich men, particularly the area that I went to school. Even Atiku, President Atiku, former wife from Onitsha, their younger brother. I went to school with him. Like I said, immediately the brother, I think that has a very good job as an accountant, certified CPA. Immediately Atiku came into power. He married his older daughter, his older sister. They met in Maryland in the East Coast. So then she finished her PhD. I think she was a lawyer. They're not married anymore, if my own recollection. Guess what my friend told me? He was married, he was married or dating an American lady. He said, I'm ready to go back to Nigeria to get a piece of the pie. This guy left his lucrative. My friend, the younger brother of Atiku, ex-wife, or they're still married, like I said, left America. Say, I'm going back to get a piece of the pie. I don't know where he is because I lost contact with him. So he left and came to Nigeria. Immediately we finished school, and come here to get a piece of the pie. So I don't know him. But anyway, the story I was trying to make, like you was talking about the student, so that's kind of, I said, man, I wish I went to school in Nigeria. I would have enjoyed all this thing you're talking about. It's very interesting. But we have our own interest, like I said. It was a lot of money. We have a lot of rich people, people scholarship, all these big men sending their kids here. So we used to have our own Nigerian something outside the university or something like that, like we dominate the Nigerians. I'm not going to say me. We Nigerians dominate the culture here when it comes to students, okay? Because there's a lot of money from Nigeria. I mean, when we go to a club or when we go to any kind of event, they know that Nigerians, are here. Let's assume we went to a club, right? Nigeria will command a section of the club. I mean, with beers and women will surround us. Not just me now, but this is the culture here about how they view Nigerian students. We are like the higher us ashala when it comes to, But it's very interesting listening to you. And I mean I enjoy my time here as a student in America too, because it was a lot of money. Okay? Don't ask me where the money is coming from, okay? It's coming from Nigeria. But anyway, very interesting listening to you. Let me
Was your
you all
father
continue.
politician? Was your father a politician or a Biafra soldier?
Who, my father?
Yeah, was he a politician or a Biafra soldier?
No, he was never. He was never a politician. He was for Nigerian Port Authority. He was a high up there.
Oh,
General.
okay. Now yeah, Atiku because they delay.
So now we
Don't
know.
go there. Don't go there. I'm not here to talk about my parents.
You see, the
I'm
kids
not here
want
to talk
to
about
touch
my
am.
parents. I don't know why Omore made me say
You
that.
see, small, we get for joke. Now we don't know the truth.
But anyway, we have our own fun in student over here. Okay, I mean, but the problem I was just saying, it was just a lot of money. At that time, Nigeria, particular people coming from Nigeria, big men, rich men, people being sent on scholarship. So money was never our problem, when we was here. Believe me, okay?
You know what you just said, the man of comparable fact.
Yeah.
Nigeria in University of Calgary. You understand? A Chinese girl was asking me if I know one artist one day, a Nigerian artist. I was like finding a place to hide my face because a Chinese girl studying in University of Calgary knows Nigerian artists more than me in
More than
Nigeria.
you?
So I now asked, how did you know about that? I said we have a lot of Nigerians here that they want making this place to look, to look interesting. What I'm about to say is that Nigeria, anywhere you find them, you understand, they are always interesting. They will dominate the place socially. You understand? We have
Allah,
this
you
trend
can't
of
believe how we dominate LA, from LA to San Diego. I mean, all that part of Southern California. Nigeria dominates. It's not about me, but it's about Nigeria students at that particular time.
and all those students have this idea about Nigeria. I don't know whether it's like that. So they were telling one guy one day, that guy said, I'm in Nigeria. They said, are you sure you are in Nigeria? But Nigerians are usually tall and big. Is it true for everywhere? They say, but how can you be in Nigeria and you look this? But Nigeria, we know Nigeria, they are always tall, very tall and huge. So they have this this kind of this vision about how Nigerians are. Nigerians here, honestly, they represent. Nigeria here, they
It,
represent.
it was a very fun time. Believe me, believe me. At that particular time,
Oh,
we don't even know if there's anything like tribe. I just bring that up, But it was just, I mean, the fun was to a different level. Maybe because of the inflow of money we had, or when Nigerians had at that particular time. I mean, if all the and how we dominate,
Corrupt oil
how we
money.
dominate Southern California when it comes to women, everything. I mean, and the American
Nigeria,
people used to be jealous of us. at that particular time, man.
Who is that live in Calgary? That used to be my city, man. Nigeria,
Oh,
If you want to
oh,
talk Nigeria matter. Oh man, these politicians, they wasted Nigeria money.
Were you attending Nigerian Calgarian Association? Were you?
No, I don't go to those stuff, man. I was there for like 5 years. I used to live in downtown. I was working in downtown. No, I know the place now in Northeast, right? I know I'll be there one or two times, but I'm not regular. I do come around I know the place. Calgary is my favorite city in the world, one of my favorite cities. Apart from the snow and cold during winter.
No, the code there is mad.
Yeah, I used to live. I was in downtown for a while.
So okay, are you still in Canada or you don't jump out
No,
of US?
I'm not in Canada. I'm out.
It's not a global citizen. It's not a global citizen. Everywhere.
Anybody here in London?
London, United Kingdom.
Did you keep money there?
No. What I'm hearing about this mass, hold on, progressive. I'm glad you're here. I'm hearing about this mass deportation, about what's going on. It's like America right now. They're going to people's house, in workplace. I think they started about 2 or 3 days ago. The present administration is trying to emulate what's going on in America, but their own is on a different level. So can you give us information? I mean,
I don't live in London, but whatever you hear is not new. It's something that's going on.
No, but they say this is on a different level.
Listen, they just put in it. What they're doing is putting more spotlight just to appease to those right wingers, to show to the public that they're actually doing these things. It's been going on a long time, and it's been like that. It's always been like that,
Okay, they say you're all illegal people, whether you commit crime or no crime. We don't want you. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, it's always been the case in the UK, like especially now with Nigel Farage doing well in the polls, and the current Labour government is supposed to be a centrist government, is trying to appease to those on the right, on the far right, to say, look, we're actually going to take immigration seriously and stuff like that. Look, if people are living in the country illegally, they have to understand that days like this will happen.
But they say even those with proper documents.
No. The things like that, it's not with people with proper document. It could be it could be the situation whereby people have, this sponsorship visa that people came into the UK with in one period like that, where people were like a lot of Nigerians came into the UK through this healthcare job, like healthcare application and all those kind of things, where they came with
the
COS scheme that came up one period. And so the problem now is that the government is now creating some level of not problem to say, look, if you maybe, because a lot of those agencies that was selling those things, then selling it to Nigerians to come in, they didn't even have jobs for these people. Most of them did not have job for these people. They just get a space, get approval, and then sell it and make as much money as they can. These people ended up coming to the UK and not finding job, then struggling. Now the government is saying, no, if you cannot find a job within a certain time, you have to go back to your country, or they're going to have to deport you. Even I've had people call me here in Ireland from the UK, say, oh, how can they come to Ireland from the UK? These are people with COS, some of these people even sold huge property in Nigeria to get those COS at that time, because COS at that time, they were selling there for like 10, 13, 14, 15,000 pounds, So a lot of these people actually invested a lot of money to get those things. Some of them even have to go through the back door to come to Ireland, applying for asylum and stuff like that. So, and I told my friend the other day, look, there's no way I can help you, because he has like a family member who had come into the UK with that same system. They are trying to run away from the UK now because of the whole situation. I'm like, even in Ireland now, brother, the whole thing is going in that direction as well, because we live in Ireland is a very small country, though they've been over the years very generous when it comes to immigration matters, But now you can see that this right-wing wave that is spreading across Europe has also got to Ireland as well. So you have a lot of protests, anti-immigration protests going on in Dublin and other places in Ireland. So that's the situation.
Yeah, progressive. What I understand about particularly the UK thing, I mean, I've been following the situation for more than about a year. There's a lot of COS fraudulent scheme going on, but the problem is that when Nigeria does that, I mean, it's almost every day. They defraud people. People sell their property and come over there. When they come there, they can't get a job as they are promised. But the problem is that it's not the government can't prosecute them because they look at it as a civil matter. I've been following a lot of cases. None of the people who defraud people in this
They did not defraud. They did not defraud them.
But when you promise somebody, they sell their house, they pay you money. Then they come to London. There's no job for you.
It's not like
Is that not a defraud?
No, it's not like they don't have work. They just have limited work. Like they have very few. Like sometimes you come in and they give you 15 hours a week. What are you going to do with that? Like they give you work. You cannot say they didn't give you work. But what are you going to do with that?
Yeah, but they guarantee them, job for. I mean, I don't know.
They're still giving you work, but in most cases, it's almost like you don't have a job. You know?
But I think the one I'm talking about progressive. Some people in Nigeria, they sell their property and everything, then they pay the money, but they don't. The opportunity to get, to come over there and get the job is not there anymore. Even at all, when you take them to court, the British government says it's a civil matter. They don't prosecute the people that do that fraud. I've never seen it.
Who is taking them to court? Who will take them to court?
I'm just telling you what you see. It's a big case over there. It's a big case. Okay, look at what's happening right now. In America, like I'm in Florida right now, but I'm based in California. The governor of Florida, DeSantis, just made an announcement yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. There's no more H-1 visa. No more foreign students allowed in Florida. He just made the announcement. This is just separate. Forget about what Trump is doing, whether it's right or, but the Florida, there's no more H-1 visa. They don't tolerate H-1 visa in America anymore. No, not in America, in Florida specific. So you can't come here and go to any public university. That's gone. And if you come here, if you enter the state of Florida, I'm just talking about the state of Florida, which is part of my, area. If you enter here, if you are illegal, you'll be prosecuted and put to jail. Not even deport. It's illegal to enter the state of Florida, maybe from Georgia, and drive coming to the state of Florida. If you are, and you are not allowed to go to school here anymore as an international student anymore. So, man, things are tough in America, man.
Yeah, no, it's not America. It's across the West. It's across the West. Even in Europe now. Europe is even it's crazy, like even countries that will be like very liberal. You look at a country like Ireland. Ireland, I think last year, or was it last year, was the first time that we had what you call net migration, plus net migration in Ireland for over 20, 30, 40 years. It has always been negative migration, so it's always been Irish people going out of the country to live outside. But last year was the first time whereby they actually recorded net plus net migration, whereby people that are coming in were more than people that were going out. But yet they have immigration issue. You go to some villages in this place, you hardly find a black person, but they still complain. They still complain. You like it's crazy. You go to a lot of these countries, they are 90, 95, 96% white people, but they still complain about immigration. They still complain about all of these things. But sometimes I don't blame them, because it's human. It's human nature for them to behave like this. You have to go back to our countries, and you see that the way we behave among ourselves when it comes to other tribe coming to your land, and the way you behave to them, the way you talk to them, and you have to understand that at a time you look at a country like Nigeria, when they had the issues of Ghana must go. This is a black country versus to another black neighbor country. They treat their own fellow neighbor in that manner. So when people of these countries are starting to have issues with level of migration that are coming into the country, instead of them to hold the government responsible for not providing the right services, especially that of the United Kingdom, one of the biggest problems they had was them leaving the European Union, which means a lot of the multinationals, you see, like it becomes like a double problem. Okay, so the first problem was that UK left the EU. So a lot of companies that need access to that market, that European market, start to relocate to Ireland. So what that does was that they started bringing jobs to Ireland. And then with jobs, you need workers. And then with looking for workers, you have to have people come in from outside. Do you understand? So then we have a lot of people coming. Then we have issue with housing. People cannot have housing. Then they start to have issues. So the whole thing just snowball. Like it's just one issue lead to another one lead to another one lead to another. The UK left the EU because of immigration. It's almost how many years now since they left the EU? They are still battling immigration issues. So I think it's high time some of these Western nations understand that the size of their economy require some level of migration to be able to sustain those that level of economy that they've already built over the years. If you want people not to come, and you also have to understand that you have to also reduce the size of the workforce that you required. And that means that your economy have to reduce in size as well. That's how I see it.
Akim, one thing I've noticed about immigration of any sort is just to grab money. Because I will not lie to you, when UK started doing that, their own immigration, you understand, I almost left Canada for that place, not just because I wanted to become a UK citizen, just because they were doing some kind of opportunity then, and I was now looking at, okay, whether I can. There was a way for me to improve my earning. So, but when they started bringing people, students, you can bring your family, all those stuff, it didn't take you time to know that these people were just trying to correct post-COVID economic downturn. You understand? So they were just looking at, it were to be the days of a slave trade, all those stuff. They would have come to your country to loot, to do all those kind of things, right? But this time around, they don't even want to do that. They will encourage those people that they think are desperate enough, and those people that really want to move to come. So that was why they were attracting people to their country. Don't forget that you will go and pay their school, their university, that's nobody is that are full of foreign people bringing money and all those stuff. So they attracted people to bring their own money to reinflate the economy. Canada did the same thing, but later that thing now became a problem because schools here, especially in Canada, they did a lot. Even schools that were not even qualified for postgraduate work permits, they started finding some kind of cunning way to bring people in, and even the landlord and the property owners too, they were not left out of it, because people started partitioning their houses just to accommodate. But it got to a stage, the thing just ballooned to housing crisis. You understand? So it ballooned to housing crisis. So all those immigration you see, they are now cleaning up. Initially, what they did was just to use you to reinflate the economy. They've stabilized the economy now, and they're now beginning to send people back. That is exactly what United Kingdom is doing. And those guys, they've not really been too nice to immigrants to start with, especially when you are illegal immigrants. The reading in the UK is not new, because there was a time I heard a story that these people will be going to the train, they will be in the tube, and they'll be looking. They could just jump into train and be asking for your paper and all those stuff. So that's the kind of story we've heard about the
those things have always those things have always they've always existed. It's just that they put a lot of media. There's a lot of media attention on it now. Like
not those days, no YouTube, no social media. That's true.
So those things have always they've always existed. To be honest, getting a UK passport, it gives you some level of stability and free travel across many countries. But you have British citizens now who have Irish roots that are now applying for Irish passport, because since they left the European Union, the British passport has lost its value within the European Union, because someone with an Irish passport now, I can pack my load tomorrow and go to Spain and live there. I don't have to apply for a work permit or anything. I can do the same in Germany, in Sweden, in Norway, in Switzerland, across all European Union countries, 27 nations. So why, if you have a British passport, you don't have that right anymore? So to go and work in other European country, you have to apply for work permit. You have to apply for some level, some settle status and stuff like that. And when you travel across European airport now, you're almost like somebody with a Nigerian passport. So you stay on a queue. Why those people with a other European passport just they move freely? So yeah, if you have their passport, it's good.
But where are they mean to UK like that me with my Canadian passport I can go to anywhere in Europe without going through a lot of trouble. So
They can still go. They can go to European countries visa free on holidays, but not to work.
Okay.
Not to work or to settle. If they want to work or settle, then they have to apply. Whereas those with Irish passport can just go and live there for as long as they want and live their life normal. So this is if you look at the passport scale now, you see that the UK has gone down when it comes to some of the strongest passports in the world. So it's almost like, I don't know, people trying to and it's not like a lot of the job you do there, the pay is so low, it's crazy.
Yeah, except you are lucky to get job with Amazon and Google of this world, all those stuff.
Yeah, except
how much job will you get there?
But progressive, how do they survive all those 40% tax? In over there in UK. I mean,
it's nonsensical. They don't do 40%. They only do 40% tax for footballers and all those wealthy people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
It's tax bracket now.
It's tax bracket. If you're like all those Premier League, for those Premiership footballers, those one get heavily taxed. But
so it's not a flat tax, right?
No.
Progressive.
No.
Okay.
Come on.
I don't know. I'm just that's what I had. I don't know which one is true.
There are people that don't even pay tax at all. If you don't hand up to certain amount, you don't pay at all.
But here is the truth. Here is the truth, right? You see, Nigeria is just sad. To be honest, I'm one of the people that believe that Nigeria is supposed to be a very amazing place to live. This UK is so overrated, you will not even believe it. So overrated. When you see people's salary, like majority of the people living in UK, they are struggling, man. It's not easy. I know nowhere is easy, but UK is even worse. If we have a country that is even try at all, to be honest, I don't think any Nigeria have business with UK. It's an overrated place.
Yeah, it's not a country for workers. Like if you are a worker, the UK is not for you. The pay scale in that country is so okay. Look, you see, I live in the Republic, right? Republic of Ireland. So Republic of Ireland, we have land border with Northern Ireland, but Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom, not part of the Republic of Ireland.
Right.
So but you have people who are on the other side, right? And they will come to this side and work and go and live on the other. So they would travel to this side and work and live on the other side, because in the same job on that side is almost half the pay. You understand now? So say you are a social care worker or you do some kind of job, you get half the salary, almost half the salary that you get in Republic of Ireland over there in the north. So a lot of them will come here, they will do the work and they will go there. So they live there, they have their house there, everything. They will just travel to this side, work and go back home, So this is why I don't know why. Imagine you are in Nigeria, you'll be selling your house to pay 15,000 pounds to buy COS, and then you come, you'll be struggling everywhere. I don't know why a lot of people took that chances,
No, progressive. It's a lot of Nigerians that did it, that are still doing it. I mean, quite a lot. I hear a lot of stories because I watched this, what you call the lunch club. I don't know if the guy bring an authentic.
To work in that country, to build a house back in Nigeria, it's almost like
More UK is hard though. Not the way you seen it. It's hard. So
It's
even save
crazy.
money
You see,
is actually few percentage that
you
can
see,
make
you if
money.
you come to Ireland today, right?
Hmm.
I'm not even boast. I'm not even like bragging. You know, you stay in this country 1 week, you don't have a job. It's impossible. Except maybe you don't like it. It's almost impossible for you to live in the Republic of Ireland today for 1 week and you want to work and you cannot find a job. No way. It's impossible. This is not a country where you say, we cannot find. It doesn't matter what area of uh, qualifications you have. Because
Progressive, what kind of job? UK is more of a financial, I mean, they don't have any kind of,
yeah, look, you see Ireland, right?
yeah.
Google is headquartered here. Do you know that a lot of those big tech companies are headquartered in Dublin? So, pharmaceuticals, a lot of them, Pfizer and all of them, they are headquartered. They are here.
Yeah. I think the point I was just trying to make, I said they don't have natural resources like we claim.
Progressive. Are you saying? Are you saying if I move to Dublin today that I can make at least 100K a year?
It depends on where I don't know your field of work, but it depends on your experience and your area of work. I don't know
Yes,
where you're
Allah.
qualified.
I have a friend over there. Yes, you can. You being in the tech, yes, you can, particularly in the tech area. I'm telling you, that's what my friend told me.
Google is
Funny.
headquartered
Yeah,
here.
that's why. Although tech is overrated this anyway in this era of AI.
I don't know
Just
your
a
area
matter
of. I don't know your area of your area of job, but I'm saying to you, there's no even pharmaceuticals. When it comes to pharmaceutical, when it comes to tech, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to services, any form of services, look, it's a small country, but you look the standard of living in Ireland is far, far, far better than that of the UK. Like you can check it up on Google.
UK is. I don't know. It is desperation that forces Nigerians to go to that place, because the thing is this: sometimes we live in fantasies.
My brother, the question is it still better than Nigeria?
Of course, it's better than. Of course, it's better than
So
Nigeria.
lay people, at least it's an upgrade. It doesn't matter what people do there. I know. Look, even in Nigeria, in the southeast, we don't look at people from UK as people that live in abroad, because those people are stingy as fuck. Right?
It's not even.
They don't come back.
Moving to
They
UK
don't
or
come
the
back.
island would be a last resort. Believe me, I would like to live there.
Hold on, my brother. If you need money and you have brought somebody in the UK, my brother, one person in America, is far better than 20 in the UK, because you will call that UK person. I have a childhood friend today that went to UK, and today he does not communicate with anybody. It's a jazz. There's something wrong with the UK, that when people go there, they are thinking and everything changes. I am telling you the gospel truth. I came to talk about Tinubu, but these are UK people. Look, there's no look. I just said, look, I don't want to castigate anybody, because if I look back where I'm coming from or where I come from, I know that it's not good. So anything they offer us there. So I mean, if it's an upgrade from Nigeria, let those people just take it.
No. Joel, see, to be honest, the matter where the question whether UK is an upgrade is subjective. The question is this: who are you? Is what matters.
Yeah.
Now, let me give an example. Now, many people that all these crook SARS people were calling Yahoo boys those days. Some of them were not Yahoo boys. Some of them are just on this Upwork and all those remote online this thing that they were just doing front end developers. You understand? Now, they're okay. For example, now if you wanted to give me a website to design for you for $200, I'm not likely going to take it, because the type of energy I'm going to spend, and you are paying me $200 for design the designing website for you, it's not going to work for me. You understand? Because by the time I host, I build, all those kind of things, maybe I'll be left with like less than $100. But you know what $100 mean in Nigeria? That you are behind and you work for someone $100, you do like $400 or $500
Ola,
a month.
Ola, you see
Hey,
from next year
I'm
now.
coming.
You see from next year, it's even going to
Yeah.
be like, you see tech job in Europe and America is even going to be reduced, because you look at country like Nigeria from next year, when the tax law come in, this tech company will now be able to employ people in Nigeria without having to face those financial burden that the former tax law put on them. That is what this guy Taiwo Oyedele said, that people will be able to now, this tech company will now be able to employ people in Nigeria just the way they do in India.
Yeah,
But
But
they are already
progressive.
doing it.
they do it now. They're already doing it.
No, now
Progressive.
they still now there's a
Hold
lot
on,
of
hold on, hold on.
restriction on it,
You
but that
people are not
restriction
paying
will be completely
attention.
out.
What's going on in this present dispensation? You need to pay attention to what's going on in America. Look at Amazon announced 2 days ago. They are laying off 14,000 mostly middle class in the tech area. Meta just announced they are laying off, I think, about 5,000. A lot of big companies. So this AI generation is going to have effect on that area.
No,
You need to
And
pay
then
attention.
they will be, because
it's more than
they will
AI.
start to recruit people from all these emerging
No,
market as well.
it's more than AI comparable fact. Yeah, AI is aiding in, but it's more than AI.
Yeah, I mean, they
You
just made
see,
an announcement is to prove their industry, the technology age.
you- you-
They don't need that
you-
much people, that much. This was recently announcement. So it's a phenomenon going all over the
yeah,
world.
no, that they don't need more people is exaggerated, to be honest. That they don't need more people is exaggerated. Let me tell you something. I use AI. You understand a lot. If I want to mess myself up today now, if I don't know anything about coding, if I just use ChatGPT to build an application for me, it can build that application within 8 hours. I'll be spending the next 8 weeks troubleshooting, debugging, just to look at the bug. I'll be sweaty. You understand? What I'm saying is this: if you want AI to be so effective and efficient for you, it's not as if you are coming from zero knowledge. So that's why that if a senior developer, AI is good for you, but you must still know what you are doing. So,
Exactly. It's just like a tool. It's just like a tool. Like
exactly.
I get what you're saying. Like it's like AI. Yeah, AI is there, but
Exactly.
for its
So,
effectiveness, you need a
so what
human
these people are
to
doing,
to make it effective.
they are outsourcing some of those jobs. Once they can outsource those jobs. Now, if you're a senior developer in Nigeria, probably the system of Nigeria is giving you like 7 to 10 million in a year. And someone is coming from America and said it's going to, okay. Now, maybe you have a junior developer, a freshman coming before like 6-7 years ago. Some company, Netflix, they be calling you, they can give you contract for it, they can give you annual contract for, let's say, 220 per annum. Then they give you this sign-on fee like about 30,000. Then they give you the stock of the company. Maybe your package, as someone that is just graduating from master's degree, you are getting like 300K. That is gone now. That is totally gone. Now, let me tell you one thing: you will need less than 100K to give to someone, a senior developer from Nigeria. You understand? And they will do the same job.
My brother, hold on. My brother, hold on. Are you saying that all these jobs they're advertising now on the internet, like here on for what they call it again, IT, right? That they'll say, oh, 200K to database, all this their database, whatever. You said that they're not going to pay no more?
So what they are paying. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Like a master data analyst or architect before, right? You could depending on the company you are working with, you could earn as much as 500K, 600K. But now someone can be hired for 80K. Someone can be hired for the same job for 80K because you are getting the same experience. Okay, before maybe you said you have problem of giving your system to someone back in Nigeria just because of security or some area, but the system is now more secured. You understand? The system is now more secure. Now, if I open my ecosystem to you now, even when you are logging into that system from Nigeria, you are actually on my server in America. You are not in Nigeria. You are in Nigeria, but you are using your system. But immediately you log in, you are not actually in Nigeria, you are in America. even though you are in Lekki. So that security is so tight today that, okay, the thing they didn't have before, they now have it now, that you don't necessarily need someone in America to do the job for you. So you will go to where you can get cheap labor. So that's why the banking system sector in Nigeria are having crisis, because many of the developers, they were working for Google, Microsoft, Netflix, right from Nigeria there. And this guy will be driving big cars, and people will be saying that they are Yahoo boys.
Okay, like can I say something? I mean, most of the things you say is true, but not completely true in my own opinion. The reason why I say that, because most companies right now, from my understanding and what I have been reviewing, they are leaning towards lean operation, mindset. And what does that mean? Most companies, are adopting the AI, the automation, to streamline, their internal process, thereby, to avoid repetitive job. And what is that supposed to do? They claim to be reducing costs or whatever. That's going to eliminate a lot of jobs. I mean, you said it, that's not going to happen. And that's exactly what Amazon said 2 years ago. 2 days ago. They link it to, they link it to AI and automation. Yeah. Because it's going to reduce the role of people, in their job. It's going to happen. So let's call it what it is. I
Let
mean,
me add.
you
Let
have
me
you
add
have a
to it.
fragile narrative on your own point, Ola,
Let
but
me
it's
add
not
to it.
totally true.
Let me add to it. Yeah, I understand what Olai is saying, right? The guy that spoke before. The truth is, what Man of Raji is saying. So, AI is coming to take jobs. That's just the honest truth. Because this thing is, I've been telling my friends, I said, you have to grab a skill that AI will not take away. This is just the honest truth, because a lot of jobs are going to go into extinction. The one they are going to create, it's not gonna be a lot. Like even the software he's talking about now. I have a friend that is doing 2 jobs. He uses like ChatGPT to get most of his work done. If you are very experienced, you can even have 5 jobs with ChatGPT, and it's gonna help you greatly. Even you see driverless car, those are all AI. This is just the starting point. So if what that means is, even the people struggling doing Uber, you are going to take them out of job. You have self-robotics that will go and deliver food for you at home. No human interaction. They just come, they deliver your food. These things are this is just the beginning. In the next 5-10 years, things are going to change so bad. This is just the honest. You have to accept it now. So a lot of jobs are going to go. Yeah, I understand his point. Some of the stuff you still need human, but the number is going to decrease. Let's say, for example, where a company can employ, say, 10,000 people. Now they can only employ 2,000 people because of AI to get the job done. So that's a crisis. So it's coming. We all have to prepare for it. Probably, maybe in medical field, that's gonna be highly reduced. But in a lot of area, we're gonna see the effect. In no time, it's gonna show up very greatly.
Can I make a point in reference to me? What I'm using. I mean, I have a job. I still have my own business, which is a real estate business. I'm based in Florida right now, because this AI has definitely helped me. To be more frankly, there's some area, I don't need human input, because I hire some people. I mean, what am I trying to say? It helped me, my evaluation and my market analysis. The AI has definitely, because I use the tools like Silo, sediment, and the house canary. There's another one called redeem estimate, to know where I can build, what's obtainable in that area. It's definitely helping me in that area. So judge me in the real estate business, and a lot of people are using it right now. So it's gonna have effect. That's just the point I'm trying to make. Even actually help me, produce some of my investments analysis. Definitely. I mean,
So,
before I have people doing it, but I don't.
Joel, what about Tinubu you want to come and say? Because you say you came here because of Tinubu.
Well, yes, okay. Well, now we'll be talking
Basso!
about AI and well, that is I mean, we just have to brace up. We just have to brace up. Whatever thing that's going on today, I mean, it has been predicted. But the thing there with humans is that Many things have happened to humanity, and we think that, oh, this is going to be the end. But humanity always comes out tops. So I believe that as time goes on, people will evolve. You know, we're going to evolve. We're going to defeat AI, and something else will come out again, and we're going to still defeat it.
Mhm.
If you're laid off, go get another skill. You know, I believe that the extent or the height of AI will still be determined by human beings operating it. On that note, I want to lay rest to that and talk about, I think, three things. Three things. I don't usually do this, but in Igbo land, they say, "Ekene onye akidi, ogbota ọzọ." I would like to, first and foremost, show my appreciation to President Tinubu. This is the first time I'm calling him a president on this show. I never believe he's my president, but with what he did, with what he's doing right now, um, especially in these two areas, that's all. The creation of an additional state in the southeast, which I have been hampering on this program, and the Ronus keep saying,
Wait,
no, no, it doesn't
it's
come no
not
further.
official. Why are you saying that?
Hold on. There's an attempt to do it, and I appreciate that. I appreciate
Where
that.
is the
At least it
state gonna
shows.
be though? Where is it gonna be? Which
No,
area?
no, it's going to be Onyema State.
Okay.
I'm from Anambra, and
Hmm.
I can tell you categorically that I love Onyema State. We cannot come
So
inside the
yeah,
same
Nedi
southeast.
Moko to be the leader. Something
The
wrong with
next
you.
governor, next governor. That's what
What
Ned is
is wrong
saying.
with Ned Woko? What is wrong with Ned Woko?
Ned is very
Can
experienced
you
though.
guys let Joy just finish what he's saying, please? Let him
Right?
finish.
So the issue there is this: it doesn't matter. We have many idiots leading states today, and I know that Ned Woko is not one. So if he becomes the governor of Onyema State, who cares? Right? Soldier goes, soldier comes. I'm not talking about who is going. People must still man those positions, whether we like it or not. But I'm looking at the intent, the actions by, the APC to ensure that an additional state is created in the southeast. Many of us have talked about the viability of the states, and I want to ask you, the ones that we have today that are not viable, who created them? You see, we have to start playing southern politics. If Tinubu was playing southern politics from day one, by now, all the states in the south would have been queuing behind him and like, dude, go for second tenure. I made mention of this thing when immediately he won. I said, play the southern politics, empower the south. The north is already there. We know what the north need. If you want to go stop security in the north, do that. If you want to empower the north, do that. However, Nigeria is standing today is because of the southern economy. The southern economy and the southern human capital. And it must be focused on. And when you are doing that and you're looking at the southeast, that you'll be like, oh, I have problem with the southeast. I said, no, you can't do that. You cannot go into a fight with two of your hands tied behind you. So I want to thank him for that. I want to thank them for the effort, the Ningis, the Senator Ningis of this world, and every one of them that have Woko himself, and every one of them that have played a part in this. Secondly, I also want to thank him for the improvement he has made to the airline sector, aviation sector. Now, at the end of the day, what's his name? Onyema happened to be the person that was at the top. Tinubu could have easily looked for one of his Yoruba person and put in there and empower the person. But no, he believed in Allen. And today, between when Tinubu came into power and today, man, it is like night and day. Allen Onyema has made so much strides. And it's not just Allen. Nigerians have made so much strides. For the fact that Nigerians were paying $12,000 on I think it's on a business class to the UK, I think that was criminal at a point. I didn't know Onyema coming in to slash it down to $3,000. It's remarkable. So it means that if we are able to encourage our own, regardless of where the business comes from, look at what Dangote is doing. And so many people who comes out and say, "Oh, Dangote enjoyed Dangote enjoyed what's that word that they use again? The monopoly. You know, I get it. I get that. And many businesses went down. I mean, Ibeto was competing with him. But Ibeto got on the wrong side of government, because the game then was to encourage Dangote. In all of this,
you really know what Ibeto did.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't want to go about what Ibeto. The point I'm trying to make. The point I came to make today is this, right? There are a lot of people that got advantages or got favors or were so close to government in the past. What did they do with it?
The thing happened was that.
No. I just want to, my brother. I don't want to lose my thoughts.
No.
Just write it down.
Because we just have to get this thing straight. If Beto did something shady and he got some reimbursement from the government, Dangote look at it that no, that was not a good advantage because the Beto was not even fulfilling the term of his license. It took him to court. It was court, it was not the government. He went to court because Ibeto defeated government in court and got some money from the government. Dangote said, lie, this thing is not good. It's not a good practice. Dangote now went to court to now sue Ibeto. That is how he won. So that
it's okay. My point is just this, right? We cannot deny the fact that Dangote enjoyed favor, so much favor from the center, right? However, it's so many people that went through or lived around government or were close to people in government that were corrupt, or people or made money from government, and we did not see any of such investments. If we had people that even stole this money and even say, okay, you know what, let us even compete like Dangote, or let us build like Dangote. If we have like 5 or 6, Nigeria will be a better place. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Onyema is up there and he's doing well. And I believe that with the support of President Tinubu, and I mean, I hate that I'm saying all of this, but sometimes you just have to be straightforward and just let it out. What's his name? What's the aviation minister again?
Keyamo.
Keyamo has surprised me. Keyamo has surprised me. Like, I was thinking that, you know, I knew that he was a good lawyer, but when he now joined politics, I started looking at him from someone that speaks from both sides of the mouth. But when it comes to doing the job, I'm so proud of Keyamo. I'm so proud of Keyamo. Now, I'm going to end it with this. I think I've thanked Tinubu enough. It's just for these two things. The last one is, I am also very thankful to President Trump for denying Wole Soyinka that visa. And I say that because, you see, when I listened to him talk, there was so much entitlement. I hate people that have so much entitlement attached to the words. You live in your country and you're telling a man that is another country how to live their own lives or when to come for an interview. Who are you? Who are you? We don't see you. Oh, America is going to do this. Oh, he's at India. I mean, we don't care.
Yeah, but Joel, they did not
No, they did not. They did not. I don't know what he said. I mean, he made a news up. I don't care what they did, but whatever delay they did was the right thing to do. This man was part of those that were protesting when fuel price was increased by, I think, 20 naira. Today he's not talking no more. I hate hypocrites. Prior to the 2023 election, I remember Shoika was here attacking Obide. Obide did this. Obide did that. No. He lost all respect. In fact, when Trump came into power the first time, he said he was good. He tore his passport. He tore his green card. He did this. Who knows who they were? I mean, it's only in Nigeria where they look at you. And some other places, maybe some meetings where, but everyday American, they don't know who the hell you are.
No,
You are already
they
putting
know.
sentiments.
They
You understand
know.
what I'm saying? So my own thing is just this. Look, my own thing is this. Look, if I'm talking about Wole Soyinka here, I'm talking about someone that went against my own candidate, that went against everything I stood for in Nigeria. And today, Nigeria is what it is today, and that same man is not talking. So let him stay in that Nigeria, even though I know that they'll compensate him, but let him stay in Nigeria and live off what he supported. Thank you very much. Let someone else take
So can I talk about? Let me
Let
start with can we talk
me
about
get
Ibeto
I
and
don't
the
Can you hear me,
Ibeto?
man? Comparative fact, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me just 30 minutes, seconds to a minute. See,
Okay.
on that Wole Soyinka matter, you understand? Let's not put sentiment. Yeah, America is America. They have right to do whatever they like. But Wole Soyinka can still go to other country if you want to go. After how old is this man? About 90-year-old man. That's not the problem. That sentiment of that Jonathan, everybody was bringing in. Let's forget. Don't forget, Obasanjo removed Disu. Obasanjo removed Disu subsidy. Nobody talk. Yaradua and Jonathan removed kerosene subsidy. Nobody talk. But the question is after they remove all those stuff, nobody saw any changes. Not even in building local refinery. Then, now, the petroleum industry bill in motion that time, nobody was pushing. That would have helped this thing to go through. They did nothing. And it came in 2012 again to now remove gasoline subsidy. Now, it was not even the matter for all these things. The same people that don't want Dangote to succeed, they now say, okay, this is where our pot of soup day. We no go agree. So that thing was even beyond all those politicians and all those people that were protesting. They were just playing. Just the way we can say that common people now we are playing, just like when we are playing for politicians to come and take advantage. You understand? So what removes subsidy is the Petroleum Industry Act. So politicians may be claiming the glory, but what we can even say is that, okay, the courage for Tinubu or anybody there not to reverse it is the only courage. But Petroleum Industry Act actually removed that. Even before that time, you understand, Jonathan had issued about 19 licenses for refinery, for those people that will build refinery as far back as 2013. Only Dangote and few built. And to protect Dangote, you have to involve.
Well, I don't understand. Why do you sometimes feel the need to go to do this history course, and every time you are trying to analyze things, you do this? Do you not understand that it can be overwhelming sometimes? Just
okay.
30 seconds you said just now. We're already 5 minutes.
Okay. I don't get. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Anybody want to speak?
Comparable facts. I wanted to say something.
Not your point. We are heading somewhere. You can summarize so that you don't put us in suspense.
When the audience says overwhelming, I just have to.
No, my brother. Summarize now. Summarize. I mean, you talk there about summarize up, then you go to the next person.
So basically, the law of the land removes subsidy, and the only thing Tinubu did was just to make sure it's not reversed. So that's all I wanted to say.
So comparable facts. I wanted to say something about the. It's gone. Look, for me, I don't support any creation of any state as long as far as Nigeria is concerned. If you want to create a state, let's go on that regional system of government. Then you can, in your region, you can create as many states as you want. That's your problem. Nobody cares. But as it stands now, whereby we're still sharing everything the way we share it, I don't like this idea of sharing. Creating more states is almost like just creating poverty. It doesn't. Apart from certain area in Lagos and Abuja, you go to, there's no state you go to in Nigeria where you say you have anywhere that is comparable to where you live in Europe or America. And we have to get to a point now whereby we have to start to develop certain part of that country. At least have one place, one town or one capital city in every state that looks like that have this resemblance of something that is Western in its nature. Like everywhere, like you go to that country, everywhere is almost like a village. We still want to create more states. The one we have,
My
will not be
brother,
able to develop them properly.
my brother,
So
you see, you make so much sense, right? I agree with you that we don't need more states. But when you talk about the politics of Nigeria, you see, when you talk about the politics of Nigeria, you need your equity in the South. That's the reason why the Northerners, right? When they come to the house, it's like whatever they say, is what it is. We cannot continue
I
in that
don't need
way.
no equity. I need electricity. I need good road. I need pipe-borne
No, no,
water.
no,
That
no,
is
no.
what I need.
See.
I
Let
don't
me
need
tell
any
you.
state to.
You've been,
I
you've been
don't
needing, you've
look.
been needing it. You've been needing that for how long? You've not
Yeah,
gotten it.
but they've
So
created the
in the
state. The one
meantime,
they've created doesn't give you anything. Why are you creating more? Just give
my
people
brother,
what they want.
see, my brother, see, my brother. Look, you stabilize the political sphere of the south of southern Nigeria first. Forget this thing. This problem will continue to linger. The problem of Nigeria has been there before you came. At least what you can do is at least you balance power between the north and south. At least bring it, close it down a little bit, so that
There's no
if we are
need.
going there,
There's no need.
it's part
There's
of
no
what we're talking
need.
about. My brother, hold on.
That
It's part of what we're talking about, right? When we don't have numbers, it becomes a problem. That's the reason why Buhari can tell you, oh, this southeast is a dot. Yeah, he said that because most of you might look at it and smile because it is not your region. But if you have been so marginalized, like the southeast has been, I can tell you, yes, there have been some things done to the southeast that have no right. We have to balance up. Let us balance up. Then we don't talk viability. Now, if we want to talk about viability, we know that almost all the states in the north cannot stand on their own. So why do they have states in the first place? Why don't we reduce it? But based on that same system, based on that same structure, they are making political decisions that affects you and I. So let us bring it to balance first. Then we can
if we
talk
want
about
to go in that
viability.
direction, let them create regional government. Let us go in the region in that case. So those
Regional government has
in
been
your
the
region,
best.
you can create 50 states if you want. Nobody cares.
No, no. Until we get there. That's what I'm saying. Until we get there, probably if we have more numbers in the south, we can actually call for regional system of government. But how do you call for regional system of government? Because you're still going to do it in a democratic way. How do you do that if you don't have your numbers in the house? That is the point. So the issue there is this, right? We must address equity first. Then let us talk about viability. Now, if you ask me, I believe on God. We should go back to regional system of government. I made that case here before. And somebody here was talking about having a place that looks foreign. Yes, we can have a capital managed by the federal government in all the 6 political zones. Just a portion of place they give to the federal government. Let the federal government go and do whatever thing they want to do. Let them start giving us like futuristic cities in those areas. They don't have enough money to do that. In fact, if we cut down, we have about 6 states in the southwest. If you cut it down, let's leave Lagos, because Lagos will always have like a special status. So it's going to be between the Ogun, Osun, and other. If you take the whole money, give it to about these 5 other states, and you give it to one person, everybody, I will be on that person. But you can imagine the kind of development that you can get. The bureaucracy must have been cut down by about 80%. At least you know where your money is. You have fewer people in government, so you know people to attack. Not this one, 37 state government. Who are you going to attack? There are states that we don't even know that they exist. We don't know what they are doing.
I just think that we are
So I
going in
believe
the
that
wrong
regional
way.
system of government. I don't believe that regional system of government is still the best. But before we get there, we need equity, and that's the reason why it should come into fruition. Thank you, my brother.
I think I understand what Joel is speaking about, but I think the situation is complex because the problem started when you start using the local government as a means of sharing revenue, which I think it deems unfair, especially for those regions that are productive compared to regions that are not productive. But the challenge now is this: how do you amend this? Because left to a person like me, I would have just said, okay, this regional development commission they have now, it started from Niger Delta. Then some people because of their Boko Haram and insecurity, they give them their own Northeast tank, all those development. Now, this administration now has leveled everything up now, so every region now has their own. See, if we can come with framework that is going to be the formula will not be the sharing money between the central and the geopolitical. You understand? Even if you like, then go to your region, go to your region and create 100 states. There won't be problem as long as maybe the money sharing, if it makes sense, because it's all about money sharing. It's all about resources. And the other way to avoid this kind of thing is that, okay, if you ask every region, you understand, every state, to go and manage their resources and just contribute to the central, the problem of state creation will just vanish. But as long as you are making money and you are making money, let's assume you are making money in Lagos and someone is making zero. You
It's
understand?
just look, Ola, this issue of state creation. You see, the political elite, they are the one driving it. The smaller
I
it gets,
know,
the more
but you can't blame them.
the smaller it gets, the more opportunity for them. Imagine if
Exactly.
imagine if they never created a Kitty state, right? How can you foresee somebody like Fayoshe being a governor of the old Ondo state? It's almost impossible.
No, don't say that.
I'm saying that it's almost impossible. Almost impossible. But the idea that they cut
even at
Ondo
the
state,
time of Fayoshe, you never expected Fayoshe to become the governor, but that guy
yeah, but it just if for them it's just the smaller part it is, the more chances they have of becoming having more power, having authority in those places. Okay, look, I understand that.
That is supposed not to be an issue, but what they do with the power is what matters. You know, like you said, bringing government closer to the grassroots is not a problem.
Yeah, but
what they utilize it for the benefit of the people or for their self benefit, that should be the question.
Yeah, but for me, for this, I have different concepts the way I see it, right? I believe that if we are keeping to this pattern that we have now, okay, then we have to allow a situation whereby we can create not local government, more wards, okay? Create more wards, and then we have to restructure the way our local government is governed. I think this guy was trying to do something similar in Osun State. Aribishola was trying to do something similar in Osun State then, okay? It's whereby at the local government level, it will be governed in a parliamentary system of government way, whereby we should not be having an election for local government chairman. We should only have councillorship election, and after the election, the highest the party with the highest number will form a local government. Will form a government within that local government. Pick their leader among them. But we have this attitude of every level of government you go to, we have to we have to have somebody who is like a boss. We have to elect a local government chairman. We have to elect a governor. We have to elect a president. But why don't you do what they do in the National Assembly or in the House of Representatives, whereby nobody run as a Senate president, everybody run for Senate. When you get after the election within the Senate, they should then elect their own leaders. I think we need to go to that route when it comes to local government election, and then make INEC conduct nationwide local government election instead of all these state rec conducting shambles election. For me, if we want to strengthen development in that country, we have to look for a way to empower local government, give them a lot of independence, give them a lot of power to kind of govern themselves. Take state governors away from it. Look at the election for the mayor of New York. Look at how vibrant it is. For a mayor of a city, see how vibrant it is. See a former governor is now is contested to be a mayor of a city. He was a governor of the entire state. Today is contested to be, that's to tell you how vibrant that position is. It's not like our own. Well, some people, because those sections of government in our country are in the hand of the state government. The governor have so much power over your local government. But if that is not the case, you will see a lot of quality. You will see the quality of people that will start to go in that side of the governance to go and try to impute changes at the local level. So if you know that going into that area of governance, the governor don't have anything over you, you're more independent. So you will go there because you know that you can bring serious changes to that area of government.
Local government used to be very vibrant in the past. I don't know what happened. It used to be very vibrant in the past under the military.
The same military local government towards the end of the same military destroyed local government toward the end of tenure. I know some people are saying it's Obasanjo way. Maybe Obasanjo contributed because he didn't.
It's not maybe. That man did a lot of nonsense, you know. He did a lot of bullshit. That guy, Obasanjo, would give everything away just to keep himself away. That man, I don't know, man. He did a lot of nonsense, you know. It's not maybe. No.
Like the issue of Sharia.
Yeah, like the issue of Sharia. It was the same thing that happened.
No. Sharia, it was the one that was there when they did the 1970.
Yeah, but when they told him to restructure the constitution, but to rejig the constitution, no, you know, everything is still fresh. Like that was the time. That was the time we would have been able to do a lot of changes in that our constitution. You know.
Because Sharia has been there since 1979 constitution, though it's not 1999 constitution.
I'm not even talking. You know, remember when the military hand over, and because the document that they call the constitution today was a document that was put together in haste just to form a government. Okay, so and there were a lot of people, progressives, that went to Obasanjo at the time when he became president. I said, look, let's have this thing looked into and make some amendment and make some changes, or just all bring a new one. Oh no, you know, the whole thing is still fresh. We just really got the military and the same man. This is why some people, for me, I cannot have regards for them, regardless of what, because I was alive and I followed the politics then. It was during Obasanjo, that Omishore was a contested election from inside police custody. When he was being detained for buying a Bola Ige, and he won the election under PDP. So it's never happened in the history of that country that somebody was in detention and ran for election from detention and won the election for the House of House of Assembly.
That was crazy work, though. That was crazy work. And people like Ojus Okalo learned from it, because Ochendo, what's his name? The one that took over from Ojus Okalo, won his election from prison. You know, Nigeria, once you do one, people will start replicating it. Obasanjo messed up though. It wasn't perfect though, but
No,
Can I come in and comment, please?
yeah.
You can go. Yeah, come.
Okay, let me start from the later part of it because I wanted to comment about Beto and other kind of things. You know, the analysis in that part, you know, intrigued me. But let me start from the creation of more state. I was you know me. I was never a proponent of creation of more state. And what my reason, you know, people may disagree. Even I thought I'm from the southeast, being the southeast is the number one agitator of more creation of state. Okay, that may be, you know, but I think the the benefit outweigh the, you know, the disadvantage outweigh the benefit. Why am I saying this? Now we have 36 states. Out of that 36 states, maybe only about 6 or less, you know, can even sustain, you know, themselves without any federal allocation. I think they call it FACT, which is from oil revenue. I'm saying this because only Lagos, River, Ogun, Delta, Kano can actually, you know, have any viable, you know, internal generated revenue to sustain themselves. So what is the purpose of, you know, creating more state? I just look at it as more of duplicity. Because if you create more state, apart from being duplicity, if you create more state, other people is gonna I can't fathom. Okay, I understand the pro, you know, of creating more states. Let's assume, you know, you like you properly stated, you know, you get more representative, you know, accessible to the people, you know, more political stability in that region. But other state, which is bigger, let's say, or your state, they're gonna be asking for more state. Then you are defeating the purpose. To be more precisely, I'm not against creation of more state. This, you know, if it's gonna, you know, if it is good for the southeast only, but that's going to defeat the purpose.
Oyo
Hold on.
State
Let me
is being
land here.
greedy.
I
Oyo
didn't
is being
truncate you.
greedy.
Hold on.
If you
I
take
didn't
away
truncate
Ibadan
you. It's
from
my
Oyo,
opinion.
what will remain in Oyo State?
Hold on. I didn't truncate your opinion. It's my opinion. Even I thought I'm from the southeast, you know, which I said other people are
No, go
agitating,
ahead,
but it's
brother. Go
mostly
ahead, go
more
ahead.
louder from the southeast. So in terms of representative, it's going to defeat the purpose. And I'm using Oyo as a, you know, as an example because it's more bigger state land wise, you know, and population. They're going to be asking for more. Okay, you request. Let's assume they give you an Onyema or whatever from the, you know, you get more representative, more 10 more or 15 representatives. A state like Oyo, you know, they will create, or maybe in the north, they will create more states. Then they will get more represent 10 or 15. They kind of neutralize your advantage you talk, you know, you would have, or you try to balance it. So what is the purpose in that regard? I don't really see the purpose. But on a more, you know, we already told you what I consider
But
people are.
you are not
Hold
the one
on,
saying the
Joey,
purpose
don't
now.
truncate me,
Okay.
brother. I already know what to
Yeah.
talk about, the political stability, the accessibility, and more representative. That's their, you know, that's their own point of view. But there's this disadvantage, part of it. You know, the economic is not economically sustainable in that regard. And I mean, there's more duplication in terms of bureaucracy. So what are you talking about? It's gonna, you know, economically they are weaker. Locally, you know, politics and productivity is gonna be poor. Poor infrastructure already exists. So tell me how you gonna be able to sustain yourself. That's the point I'm having. This is not what we need at this time in Nigeria, you know, because like I said, about 30 states depend on the federal government of, you know. So you coming with nothing already. What does that make you? I just don't see the come. But anyway, that's my submission. But now that I have the opportunity, let me speak of I'm always going to speak my opinion, regardless of, you know, point of view I'm coming from. Let me speak about the Dangote. Initially, you know, I used to talk about Dangote being, you know, monopolizing Nigerian industry, but that man has done a lot for Nigeria, okay? Because if Dangote hasn't come to existence or be where they are right now, more productive, Nigeria, I don't know I don't know where Nigeria would have been at this particular stage. But this insinuation that his Paul Abeto existent. I mean, that's just internet news. You know, there's no fact, there's no public record to say that he's the one, you know, that truncate what they call it, Ibeto from existing. What's it good? Do you have any fact to back up that point before I proceed? Because I did my analysis and I did my review. I didn't find any record of that. So do you have anything to say about that?
Are you asking me or you're asking the other guy?
No, you, because you brought it. You know, you brought the Ibeto stuff, and I'm going back. I already finished about the creation of state. You know,
Okay,
I'm going back to the
okay.
Ibeto stuff. That, yeah. Can you?
Yeah.
Do you
No,
have
no.
any flash?
The thing there is that I can recall that Ibeto at some point had his the raw materials in Port Harcourt Wharf for over 2-3 years. Now I don't know what went. I've forgotten the news then, but I knew that it was held by the federal government and it was under OBJ. Do you understand what I'm saying? So after that, Ibeto was not himself anymore. But I remember when Dangote started the cement thing, Ibeto started. It was almost the same time Ibeto was also coming up, and he was bent on reduction of prices. But it's now left for Dangote and Boas Mains. I know what something happened then between OBJ and Dango and Ibeto. You know, so that was the sentiment then. But whichever case it is, right? My case was just to, my thing was just to make a case for Dangote, in that in spite of whatever that he has enjoyed from the government, that he has done marvelously well, in improving our economy. And there are other people that had that same opportunity, something close, even more, and did not do a shit, did not do nothing. So I give him props, regardless of what politics was played.
Okay. The reason why I was challenging it is because, according to my research that I did, I'm not saying I know everything, but certain things that was documented, because other ones may be fallacy or, fake news, because I don't have any fact to back on. There's no empirical, data to back, whether it was because of Dangote or something like that, that make Ibeto non-existence, I mean, there's no public available credible source that show that, they use court to regulate, which it was the court regulation that stopped Ibeto from existing, or Dangote has influence from the government that eliminate
No.
Ibeto.
There
There's
are
nothing
public
like that.
records. No, there are comparable for the public records. See, it started like this. You understand the background in 2005, 2006. Now, when because the main reason for Obasanjo calling those people is to give them license. You understand? Give them license so that they build local factory. They build local factory. Obasanjo even recently mentioned the time he called Dangote that he should sing in Abuja, that he was not saying, Mr. President, that this is also time. How can just see me as just come by the earliest flight you can get. You understand? Just by the side. So the thing is, the federal government suspended Ibeto license in 2006, 2005, 2006. Then Ibeto now took federal government to court. You understand? Even the case number is the case number FAC or blah blah blah. Like you see, so it's from there as I speak to you. So he won the case. Ibeto won the case, and when he won the case, I think they pay Ibeto, okay, because different conflicting report that one here says 7.8 billion, others say 1.9 billion. So they just pay him some certain amount, yeah. So that's how the like of Dangote just got angry that Ibeto was involved in shady practices, that it was not honoring the term of his license. So Dangote collected his own evidence. He went to court to just challenge that Ibeto acted fraudulently. So that was the case that Dangote managed to win. He got the judgment that affected Ibeto. That case he won against federal government the first time, that it was fraudulent. So even when the Dangote won, the case was no longer even under Obasanjo. It was even Jonathan that was there after that. So that's how that, because they were all fighting that that they must have the same level of they just have a plain level grant. So that's not level playing ground. That, but what Ibeto is doing that is shady, that especially the case that he won, the amount that the federal government was going to award, that would give him an advantage. That even though he got that judgment fraudulently, that was that event. So All these evidences, they are on internet too. They are there. Newspaper cover them. Even you can even see the court cases and the number. They are there.
Can I add
Okay.
something to that?
Okay,
Can
hold
I
on,
add?
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. I understand where your lie is coming from. I think the point I'm trying to make, there's no public record to show that Dangote used government influence to eliminate, his rival like Ibedo. Okay. I think what
No,
you're
no,
saying
no,
is
no.
that, that was during the government.
Can I give you one
Hold
fact?
on.
I
That
want to
was
give you
during
one
the government
reason.
policy change about the import restriction and regulation. That was what prompted that. Well, it may
Yes.
be highly plausible that Dangote Cement Company and had a competitive advantage. There's nothing, that's not disputable. So that may be one of the reasons why. But for you
Yeah.
to say
Yeah.
any plausible, any regulation, that favor Dangote, that I don't see. I mean, just my own secret, my own
No, no, no,
opinion is
no.
that.
That regulation did not favor Dangote in particular. Dangote just
No, no, I
acted
say maybe
based.
plausible. I'm not saying I have it. I'm not saying it is.
No, I got you. Even in the petroleum in the refinery, it was Jonathan that issued licenses. But you know what happened? They gave those people that got licenses to build refinery to be importing fuel and be getting some kind of subsidy. It was only Dangote and Bua that even initially honored. There's one small refinery like that in the southeast too, but that one a small refinery. Those are those people that initially honored that term. Instead, all those others they were just doing some kind of rent seeker. Dangote himself was even dragging when he was looking at the situation until they put the Petroleum Industry Bill Act. That was what I was trying to explain the other time. So
Yeah,
Dangote now
I have one reason they had against Ibetu too. One of the
no,
problem
let
was
me just round this up. Let me just round this up. You understand? When they now push that, you understand? That is why Dangote is where they are today. But others that got the same license together, they were not doing anything. And Dangote is doing it so. So it's not his fault that is following the term. So, comrade.
yeah, there was another allegation, whether political or otherwise, whether it was genuine or a deliberate attempt to hold him down. They were granted license based on certain conditions. Government wanted more local content so that they could produce locally. So at a point, I think Ibeto SA was instead of producing locally, I think he was getting a cheaper cement somewhere. He was bringing them into the bag in Nigeria, and that was not part of the initial agreement. So that was one of the reasons they had against him. So there were certain things he was trying to bring to the country, and they put embargo on them. So it was a big issue for him, and that was one of the grounds they had against him. So it was important instead of producing locally, and it was making things difficult for other local producers. I just wanted to add that by the side.
No, you are definitely right. At that particular time, he was importing and
Whether it was
bagging cement. Yeah,
politically motivated or genuine, I don't know.
right.
You can carry on. I'm done.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, by that time, he was definitely, flooding the country with imports. Like you said, there was a policy change from my own understanding, that happened at that time. Was it during Obasanjo or whatever? I don't know who did that at that
It was
particular
it
time.
was it was during Obasanjo, and
Oh, okay.
I think I'm getting as we are talking, I was reading the brief. Okay, I see where the thing is. I mean, it was meant to be a production plant, but he was doing rebagging. But at the same time, the it wasn't really illegal as at the time he started doing it. Um,
No, no, it was illegal because they were supposed to produce some certain percentage, so they should be fading those percentage gradually. And then there was this story that he was even trying to secure a port to even accelerate that. So those are the things that got Dangote annoyed, because the like of a Lafarge, I think they were not even doing much. They were just, I think, most were there for them to complain. But Dangote was the one that was ready to, because already Dangote already committed a lot. You understand? He had already committed so much into his own factory, so he was
Oh,
not
fine.
ready to take that nonsense. So
Yeah, because they say the official reason is Ibeto failed to invest in local manufacturing. And Ibeto on the other side was saying that I was reducing cement prices in a way they could not match. That was my pride. So
exactly.
I get it now. I get it.
You understand? So then
Then
you see, the same thing now is about to the same thing. The only difference was that the Beto was the one trying to finish those local manufacturers the other time. But the current one now, regulator is the one even trying to finish Dangote in this gasoline matter now. Now it was recently that I started understanding why Dangote decided to go and buy a truck. Not just because of because now the Petroleum Industry Act, it has a section that once you are able to meet a certain age of that, this local interpretation of what that person told me, say, once you are able to meet the local consumption, you are not even supposed to be importing gasoline. Now, even if you are going to be importing gasoline, the only people that have capacity can import gasoline today to substitute for shortfall, Dangote and those people that have small refineries, not the one that are not building anything at all. You understand? So now, all these regulators, NNPC and the ECO gang, I think they are ganging up. They are saying Dangote is not able to meet the local production capacity. Even if Dangote is unable to meet local production capacity, it's still the one. If you look through the Petroleum Industry Act, it's still the one that still should have the license to still import, to augment, to supplement the shortfall. But instead, they are campaigning against him. That is the quality is not the quality of his gasoline is bad. That it can't meet the local capacity. Is asking them, guys, come here, come and see my capacity, come and see what I have in stock. They won't go there. They know exactly what they are doing. Then Dangote now said, okay, for them not to be diverting my products, he started investing in truck too, because he knows that they can use that one to hold him to ransom. That is why he's investing in all his stock. Now, the noise from others is that okay, this guy is using gas, CNG to power his truck. That he want to spoil the market for them. You understand? Because he'll be delivering the thing to the retail session with almost zero cost to those people. So they don't like all those things at all, and I can see why they after him. Even the recent coup too, I can see why some people actually want Tinubu out of power too. When you look at what is happening in that country, you see, Dangote is a person that I think Nigeria should thank God that we have him in our generation. To be honest, it's not from my tribe, it's not from my ethnic group, but I cherish that guy. To be honest,
But bro, some people still believe the way he started. At the beginning, there were allegations that he was fronting for certain political interests, like the IBBs of this world and those that looted Nigeria. That he was representing the interests of certain politicians.
He was sponsoring their elections. He sponsored. If you read what I'm reading right now, right, you can see the reason why. Because at the time when Ibeto won, in fact, it was revealing that it was Yaradua that returned Ibeto's license. Gave him a free duty for a time, and I think like a compensation. Then Dangote went back because power is power, because he was close to those in power. Now they had started having like delayed licenses and all that. So Dangote really did him in. Dangote really did Ibeto in. From what I'm seeing right now, I mean, if you read what I'm reading right now, you're going to be like, oh, wow, okay. It's about the politics, because Dangote was sponsored OBJ, in his presidential campaign. Sponsored his candidates.
He has always been sponsoring almost all the parties. He puts money here, he puts money there.
See,
What I'm telling you is,
What is wrong with
I've seen
that?
the
Is that not
money.
happening in America? Is that not happening in US?
I'm
What
not
are you
against
talking
that.
about?
I'm not against that. But the point
Comrade
I'm trying to make is
Omoluyi,
that,
Comrade
yeah.
Omoluyi, I hear you on fronting for IBB because I've heard those
No,
stories.
the business, they felt
Well,
it was.
I hear you, but I'm tired of such kind of stories because this is why I'm tired of such kind of story. They said the same thing about Adenuga. The same thing about Dangote.
I'm not against him. The reason why I'm saying this is that
Hold
that
on
was
now,
why
hold on.
people like Ibeto and his supporters felt it was a
Oh,
political move to thwart the effort of Ibeto.
hold on.
But it was not Igbo people, not Igbo people, but Ibeto. It's true. Because
If all the politicians,
look,
if
this
all
is
the
what this
politicians are using
this is
the
what
money they
Dangote
use,
enjoyed. This is what Dangote enjoyed under the government. Grants
Like a
for import
monopoly, kind of
licenses,
monopoly.
lower tariffs, access to low interest government backed financing, right? Accelerated access to local production quotas, strategic waivers that competition like Ibeto were denied. So you can actually see that the government actually helped Dangote. Let's not just go back and forth about it. Now I'm not saying it was against the people, but I believe that if Dangote, hold on, my brother.
They said
Hold on,
some
my
leaders,
brother.
some past leaders have interest in Dangote's business. They are part of the business. They are big shareholders in the business. He's just at the front hunting for them.
comrades, it was true that maybe government could help in forex. You understand? But let me tell you something about that low interest. This you understand? I wonder because I work in a financial institution where Dangote was having close to about 16 billion in facility. Then he has some facility with another bank too. You understand? So when you look at the total facility he had in all those banks, I can't remember how a commercial bank will grant you loan using single digits. It was almost not almost, it was impossible during the period I work in the financial sector there. So some of these stories are just fabricated. Like this refinery he built now, he used his cement business as collateral. The only thing that government did was to let him have access to exchange at official rate.
Can I ask you a question here? Based on what we discussed earlier.
Because if I cannot answer, I won't.
All right. What if somebody tells you, Onyema, I think you were part of those that believe, do you believe Onyema's airpiece is solely his business, or there are also politicians behind him that finance that business?
As far as I'm concerned, he's a Nigerian and he employs Nigeria and is contributing to the economy of Nigeria. I don't care. See, let me tell you one thing. You're
talking about the advantage. Nobody disputes that. That's the advantage. Nobody disputes that.
Get me right.
We are talking of the politics. The politics part of the business. The political aspect of the business.
Let me tell you one thing. Even as small as I am now, you understand, at my level, even if I'm going to invest just $1 million in Nigeria tomorrow, I will be looking at the political something. Any politician that I can grab to make sure that my $1 million will not have a problem, I will play that politics along with them.
Not just your money. What about the money they're bringing in? The looted money they are bringing in. They will do everything to protect such an interest.
Guy, you have to prove it. All those kind of conspiracy theory, I don't go by it.
I'm not against Dangote. I'm just talking about based on the argument you have with Beto and everything. I was just making my own little contribution.
Let me tell you something. See, once you are doing something, I only talk about what I have. Whether Babangida is having $10 billion in Dangote petrochemical refineries, I don't care because I don't have that evidence. All I know is a truck of Dangote is one truck, is employing 6 people. That's all I know.
And but does it not surprise you? Does it not surprise you that Nigeria could not refurbish their refinery for that matter? They were making effort to contribute to certain percentage to private refinery, and it's working within the shortest period of time.
That is why.
Does that not surprise you?
No, let me tell you one thing. Okay, you are saying they contributed. Why do you think NNG is still working today? It's just because it's the PPP. The private is owing the private, the investor are owing about I think 51%, while the federal government is owing 49%. So just because it didn't see anything that is being controlled by a civil servant or public servant in that country that is 100% government, is just a way of quota system sharing as some people making themselves rich. You understand? So how much did they? Okay, now when they sold the Port Harcourt refinery and the Warri refinery, were not these people telling you that they were trying to sell to their family? Now you are just okay. They reversed that. They reversed back in 2007. In 2007, up to now, are those refinery working? They are not. Even in
But does it not surprise you? Does it not surprise you? Is that not a big surprise?
hold on. Why will it surprise me? Even when British government even started privatizing everything they have, you understand? Anything that government runs, not only in Nigeria, anything that government runs cannot be as efficient as what private people run. See, the more private people we have running these businesses, the more we are going to have this ethnic conflict. Our ethnic conflict is more about money they are sharing. All this state creation from north, they want to plan coup to remove Tinubu. It's all about money. It's not about administration. If it's all about administration, you will focus on your local government and your state. But when you ignore local government and state and you are going to the federal, it's telling the story. It's all about the money there. It's not about administration. So that's why I'm very careful when people are saying, okay, you talk about Glo, they front for him. The thing I will tell you is this. I will tell you how many people are in ICT today. How many people are employed by working in telecom. Then, telecom has an escalation, like infrastructure to support fintech, like infrastructure to support the IT, and some other things like that. You understand? That's what I will be looking at. I don't care about the conspiracy of who put money on ground. You understand? Dangote Refinery, Globalcom, Eddie Salat, Mewan.
The sugar.
I should. Let me tell you one thing. There is a way not to waste your energy, because there are some war you cannot win. So when you want to fight a battle, you prioritize. Some of you that you are Puritans, that you want everything 100% clean. You are not going to get that in anywhere in the world. That you want to be clean into toe. That's a stainless, all those stuff. You will just fight from now. Everybody will fight now till the end of his lifespan and will not get anything. You understand? It's just okay, this guy is a thief. If I go after this guy, can I win this guy in 20 years? Probably no. Now, this thief, if I just play along with him, can he pull something on ground that can benefit a million Nigeria?
Like MKO did. Like MKO did.
You understand? There are some cases you cannot win. Don't trouble yourself. Now, look at what the little one that Tinubu is doing. They wanted to get him out. Look at what they are doing to Dangote. Everybody will looking at, okay, Pegasus, they are striking a job because they are paying. They hide under how it's treating their staff. Look at how they use all those staff as pawn. All those inexperienced one. They use them as pawn. They were using them just to get out to stop Dangote. You understand? So it's not because they were interested in making life better for all those staff. No, it's just because of sustaining their own lifestyle and what they are making. So I don't listen to a story of, if you like, tell me that government gave Airpeace $10 billion. I would say congratulations. As far as I'm concerned, I'm saying the aircraft working. If you like, say they give 100 billion to Innocent Motor, I don't care. I only care about the Nigerians that are benefiting. So that's just the way I see. I don't believe in all the, because anybody that will give me conspiracy theory, you must show me what you are doing to make life better for others. If you are not doing anything, just like some people the other time, they will say, oh, when the Dangote moved to tomato paste business, it's going to monopolize, so it's going to do that too. Okay, that business did not favor Dangote. It crashed out of that business. I quickly, you understand? Since that time,
because you have people like Erisco, people came out to compete with him. My thing is just this, right? Look, and Dangote has made his money, right? He's made his money. Can we allow for more competition in Nigeria? I mean, moving forward, a monopoly cannot take us nowhere. We cannot keep, building monopoly.
There is need for healthy competition. Let it be open up for others to participate.
There's need for healthy competition no matter what. Even with Ali, want to see 2, 3 other airlines, major airlines in Nigeria. It doesn't matter, I mean, I think
You could see what happened between the MTN and Glo. When MTN came, the cost of getting a line was but when Global came, when the other one followed, you could see the automatic crash naturally.
What are we talking about? The monopoly kills though. Monopoly kills. I mean, I would have, if I were Obasanjo, I would have allowed at least eBay to operate in certain capacity, at least if not for anything, to bring down the prices of cement, right? Because I mean, the same cement Dangote is selling for us 10,000. It's being sold far cheaper in other African countries. So what the hell? What's going on? But we don't question him because he's the only person, right? So you can't tell him anything. I mean, and even with this fuel thing that's going on, I would like to see if we can have modular refineries. Let's compete. I believe we can also compete in all the states.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you know that Google, for example, can be considered a monopoly in the United States of America when you look at the core area of their business?
Of course.
Now, why do you think the U.S. government is not after Google?
It's not that the U.S. government is not after Google. I mean, Google is doing a good job, right? And there are other. I think I'm not so tech savvy, so I'm not going to go.
It's not monopoly. The other search machines. Google is not.
Google is a monopoly. So, even there was a judgment. There was a judgment against Google. Yeah, a judge ruled that Google is a monopolist. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the thing that my thing is just this, right? My thing is this: like, if you look at the area where Google is, it's kind of a specialized, far more specialized field than what Dangote is in. Dangote is not like Dangote. The only innovation with Dangote is his service delivery. It's not like that he invented any of these things. He didn't invent any of them, right? So that's the thing I'm talking about. Where there is need for competition, let there be competition. I mean, Dangote has made so much money. I think he has made enough money. Even though the rich always still want to get richer and all that, he has his own personal ambition of where he wants to be at. Well, I think at some point we have to,
open up the space,
apply the brakes, open up the space, and let other people come in, and let us see how we can get the prices down. Because if the price is still up there, nobody remembers Dangote. They remember who is in power. You feel me? So Tinubu on his own side should do something about the monopoly too.
No, problem in Nigeria is not Dangote, it's just that we have rent seekers. You understand? Look at it this way now. For so many years, okay, the person that first of all made the attempt to remove subsidy on gasoline in Nigeria is IBB. He accelerated the Port Harcourt refinery and he commissioned in 1989. You understand? He started increasing the pump price, thinking that, okay, if we put something in place, and he did that one from 1986 to 1989 when he commissioned, but that's never possible. When people are talking, oh, let us put this in place before we do all those kind of things. We have history, documented history to this thing. It didn't just start. It's just a way to hold you back, to say the story of what is not going to work.
Can I say something about this monopolist stuff you're talking about? I think somebody said something about it.
No. Just give me 30 seconds. Let me round up. Okay. No, the thing is this. When you give 19 people licenses to do something, and these people are not doing it, they were only interested in fuel subsidy. They are not going to do anything. So it was shock for them. All those Shell and those people, foreign nationals that Obasanjo approached, they were not interested in building a refinery. They even pointed that your laws will not allow us to do that. So Dangote has been the only one that first came out of 19 licenses issued. Where are others? Apart from Bua. So that's the problem. Thank you, comparable facts.
I think somebody mentioned something about Google, and I followed a little bit of Google a long time ago because there have been many lawsuits against Google in reference to their monopoly. I think in my own opinion, going back to 2020, even as recently as 24 and 25, they have found them to be, monopolizing that area, tech industry in that regard. But like you're an expert in that area. But it's a very complex, situation. I mean, to just say you are monopolizing it, how can you prove it when it comes to tech industry? Look, if you have to look at the legal complexity that involved in case of antitrust and some other, in the digital market, it's very, very difficult to prove it, regardless of there has been some outcome. But you can't implement it. That's the problem about this monopoly. So it's not just
Yeah.
Is he a state back monopoly? That's a different question altogether. Is
No,
he a
no,
state
you
back
see, no, no,
monopoly?
no, 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 don't very late. Don't very late. Because once you start crossing 50% of the market share, then the market start looking at you as monopoly.
But Ola,
See,
but Ola, if you break it, for
Is
example,
this
Google,
state
if you
protected? Is
break
the
it, what are you
monopoly
going to
state protected?
substitute in this digital era? What are you going to substitute with?
that's the point. That you understand what I'm saying? The one case again, a court declare Google a monopolist, a court judgment. Now, after that, okay, you've won the case. Now, oh yeah, you that sue Google for monopoly, oh yeah, take it, go ahead.
there are
You cannot
some
do anything.
there are some companies that you cannot. I don't think there's any country that you not see.
Yeah, I mean, it's very
A
complex,
company
to
that
just
you
say
not see a
monopoly.
company
I
that has
mean,
monopoly here
like
in
I
Saudi
said,
Arabia.
sometimes
Can
I'm
you hear
against
me?
monopoly, but it's not easy as.
We can hear you, Simba.
But it's like
Oh, okay, sorry. Who is talking, Simba? Go ahead, Simba. I can't hear him. Sorry.
I said you cannot avoid monopoly in any country. There are so many countries where you can even give example of monopoly. Here in Saudi Arabia, Aramco is like a monopoly. In fact, they are the only oil company in Saudi Arabia as it is now. So, and then when Jewel was talking, they were saying, okay, you should have granted the veto. That one will have broken the monopoly of. Okay, what about other companies that have actually in the same cement industry with Dangote? Have they been able to break whatever they want to break? I think maybe it's when we are talking about all this Ibeto, because we all know the problem that Ibeto has now. But sometimes when we want to actually put out arguments there, we put sentiments to it, we put ethnic stuff to it in order to actually put out our arguments. To me, it's not okay. The same Dangote now, the refinery, he said, okay, some people are talking about monopolies. Okay, all Nigerians should now monopolize it. That very soon you will put out shares that Nigeria can buy as many shares they want to buy, as many percentage as they can afford, that is ready to sell to Nigeria. So if you want to share out of the monopoly that is, go and buy the share. So that
Yeah, that's
everybody
what Dangote just said.
yes, everybody should benefit.
He said he want Nigerians to monopolize that so that
yes,
let
let's
Nigeria be the
monopolize
monopoly.
Nigeria.
When is he selling the shares?
Now
Let's see.
that I am on mute,
About it.
can you hear me?
We can hear you. Who is that? Let me just look at the face.
It's Patrick
Isaac.
Isaac, okay.
Simba.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everyone.
Welcome.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that derive joy, satisfaction from just listening at the back end. I want to appreciate every one of you. I want to give kudos to our moderator, from one man to all other people that are always stand by whenever he's out of the show. I want to say appreciate, because from this platform, you sometimes you get you like get yourself back to where you plan to be. I can see a new Nigeria. Whenever I listen to you guys, I can see unity coming back. even though there is still this stress, like some people are still maybe pretending and all that. I think all we need is this kind of
Igbo and Yoruba.
conversation.
Igbo and Yoruba.
You say what?
You were talking about unity. I say Igbo and Yoruba.
No, not really. I don't mind. I don't care about that Igbo thing or Yoruba thing. I mean Nigeria as a whole. Yeah, it's time for us to. All is a new Nigeria coming. And we should all focus on that and work together and build the nation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
out.
you, Isaac.
Thank you,
So,
thank you, Isaac.
who
Thank you
wants
very
to
much.
contribute?
Nice hearing from you guys. It's been a pleasure learning from you. Bunch of intellectuals. I am taking my leave. I have some business to take care of. It's been a
You can't
pleasure.
go. You
I
can't
beg
go.
now. My voice don't cry. My voice was about this one. They go. You know the way that they pursue me everywhere. Most of them don't like my voice. They don't let they listen to the suspects already. The voice just they make the verse. So make I rest the voice more.
Yeah, okay.
I guess
Thank
some
you
things
for
to take care of. Thank you, bro. Nice talking with you. I prefer you to. I'm more comfortable with you than Simba. The way you kill a wall, that's why you won't kill me.
you just like bass boost, so you just want to drag Simba again now.
You don't like me at all. He wants to hear my voice. He will make it straight class. That God said we don't take the same room.
Simba is a doctor.
I know.
He knows how to hit you.
He said, "What give me surgery? What give me surgery for my brain? He wants to reset my brain." Bye, bro. Have a nice day, bro.
All right, thank you.
Bye, sir.
Comparable facts. Okay. The floor is yours again. Comparable facts. It be like say everybody don't shut down. What of AY? Okay. If anybody want to speak, they want to speak. Otherwise, I think we are going to call it a day. I'm going to end the program. Thank you everyone for making it a day. So I think tomorrow is another day. See you.
Hey, Ola.
Okay. You still want to speak? Okay,
No,
go
I don't want to speak. I just yeah, it's time for me to go too. I just want to commend you for the way you handle the platform. Okay, thank you, bro. Kudos to you. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. See you, everyone.